Hello, hello. It's me, Melody Wisp. Here I am, back several hours late to my own stream. I just accidentally heard my own voice. Because I didn't have it muted. Hello, Hitori Hachi. How you doing? First time chatter. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? I'm just getting the game up. I'm the sort of streamer who once I say I'm starting stream, that's it. There is no chatter beforehand, no small talk. I'm real to business. You might call me Mixter Business. Oops. Mixter Business is back in town. Start streaming the game to my other computer, please. It's working. Okay, I'm gonna try my best to get to the 180-minute mark. 3 hours. The minimum that Twitch suggests, 3 hours. Have you ever, always never got to stop by? It happens. Happens to me a lot because I'm usually in bed suffering. And I'm not doing anything but listening to like podcasts and stuff. You got this? Yeah! Let's continue our game. So this is our best friend, Squidly Peterson. It's the only pet I've managed to get in the game so far. And everyone's a teenager right now. What was I gonna do? What did the save file say? Damn it, Vase. Oh yeah, because Vase was being an asshole. He's a soldier dude. He kept getting me into trouble. Because he's an asshole. Okay, I have to relax, is what the game's telling me. I'm gonna go hang out with Squidly Peterson. Fuck everything else. I'm all about the animals, baby. Your mother's white astrantia flowers are flourishing in the garden. And everywhere else, too. They really take it to something in the soil here. You even see them outside the walls. Something must be carrying their seeds out towards the wilderness. Get rid of that one. Cute, right? Yeah! All the characters are cute. Have you ever watched a playthrough of I Was a Teenage Exocolonist? Because if you haven't, I have to introduce all the characters to you because I managed to get to have saved most of their lives. So this is Tangent. She's a real sciencey person. Low on empathy, high in intelligence. This is Tammy. She's the opposite. She's low in intelligence but high in empathy. And she's such a cutie patootie. And this is Cal, her boyfriend. They've been dating since they were children. He's a farmer. This is Nomi Nomi. They use they, them pronouns. They are infinitely, they don't seem to age much, which is just like me. I don't have have anything for you. Sorry, Nomi. Or maybe Nomi would like, let me see. I don't know anything about Nomi. Let's give, Nomi, I don't know, a bobber fruit? You brought me a gift? They exclaimed. Like, just because? OMG Goofs, thank you! The art style is so adorable. Absolutely. Okay, this is the dog boy. His name is Rex. And you can give him hugs once a month. Rex throws his arms wide. Coach, I'm it! I'm open! He laughs, catching you as you throw yourself into his arms. He spins you around and growls into your neck, squeezing you tightly. It's a good hug, the kind that makes you instantly just a little more relaxed. This is Marzipan. She's a bit snooty. She's an elitist. But she really cares about the colony in her own way. She likes yellow flowers, which I do not have. So I guess we're really at war now because I just tried to use my kudos to print a new hairband, and they told me that I can't because I have enough hairbands already, and I have to save the nano printer for things that are important. Mars crosses her arms and stomps her foot. Hello? Have you seen my hair? Accessories are important, okay? She's gorgeous. This is Daddy. He's a farmer. I can help him with the animals right now. Your dad is helping two bristle slugs who've gotten tangled on each other while... Well, maybe they were wrestling. Your dad doesn't want to go into the details. He hefts up the larger one. You carefully pull apart their bristling spikes, being careful not to get jabbed yourself. 10 minutes later, they're back at it again. Your dad shrugs. The heart wants what it wants, I guess. They were quote-unquote fighting. No, Dad helps with the animals, and he's like a scientist. And Mom is the farmer. She's physically disabled. She's missing a leg. She's really cool. But I never get to tell her anything because my organization is too low. Maybe next time, Mommy. This is Dis. My character dated Dis in the last game. Okay, I gotta go to Tangent. I'm trying to get high relationship with Tangent this time. At the very last minute. Tang is pouring something from a carafe that could only be strong black coffee from the bitter scent. It was bracing at first, Tang concedes, but I have now endured it long enough that it has begun to feel pleasant, almost calming. She regards the carafe with something like fondness. As I require little sleep, I doubt I will become dependent on it. Addiction runs in my family, you know. This, though, is an indulgence I can allow myself. Want to study? You're offered to help Tangent with her schoolwork, but she just shrugs you off. I'm not working on school anymore, she says. Chief Engineer Instant says I'm smart for my age, and my talents are wasted in school. She opens her hollow palm and shows you some of her lab notes. Ugh, it's so much work though, she complains. Honestly, maybe it would be better to be like everyone else. Unintelligent people seem happier. Just then, Nemi jogs by with a squad of soldiers, all marching in time. She gives you a little wave, then cringes as the leader barks at her to keep her eyes forward. Tang shudders. On second thought, forget I said that. I'll keep being smart, thank you. Okay. She's so weird. Here, have this? Do you also like strange devices? Nah, she doesn't. That's alright though, it's alright. Let's assist in the med bay. Or do I get higher combat? I can do both. Okay, I'll do med bay first and then I'll do combat. Then I'll go outside and go fight some monsters and kick a vase's ass. Nemi comes in with a training injury, a gouge that runs from her knee to her ankle. She hobbles in with a big smile. This one's gonna be kick-ass, she crows as you help her get into the med bed. The med beds are a miraculous technology. Combined with genetic modifications made to your body, they can cure diseases and make your cells regenerate quickly, repairing even the most mangled limbs. If it's still attached to your body, the medbed can heal it. For Nemi though, her genetic mutation means that instead of regenerating smooth new skin, she gets rough blue scales instead, much stronger than human skin. Nemi flicks the dials on the control panel and fiddles with the angle of the lamp overhead. Seriously, this thing is more comfortable than my bed. It's worth more than the whole ship, too, Instant snaps, so don't break it. Nemi pulls her hands in with an awkward giggle. You connect to the medbed with your HumbleBundle and see the interface and diagnostics there. It's a confusing mess of readouts and buttons. The user's manual is ridiculously obtuse. You ask Instance for help, but she just scoffs. I don't have time or the temperament to walk you through it. I learned how to use it myself, and so can you. Just don't break it. Press the right button. It's really very intuitive if you have half a brain for it. You figure out the machine with zero problems. The sun lamp turns on. The monitor says, please lie still for 2 hours. Nemi groans. It's gonna take forever, she complains. Stay with me a while? You end up staying the whole time, keeping Nemi company. And now we gotta play the card game. God damn! We got no good cards for this. No, 5, 4. 4, 5, 6. Plus 2 empathy. Plus 7 biology, plus 3 empathy, plus 13 kudos, plus 15 stress, plus 1 relationship with tangent. Anyway. Go hang out with, not Vase. Don't like Vase. Defense training. You and Nemi are practicing judo moves, chucking each other into semi-deflated poof shrooms, which have been set up like mats. You're learning to throw, but also to fall properly without getting hurt. It's pretty fun. The enormous mushrooms are surprisingly springy and bounce you right back up. Let's get fresh with her. You time your throw just right to have your arm around her waist just a little bit longer than necessary, and give her a wink as you toss her gently into the bouncy pad. She blushes and scrambles to her feet, looking away. When it's her turn, you feel your heart beating fast. What's she gonna do? She flips you super hard in response and laughs her beautiful, wonderful laugh as the poof shroom mat sends you flying. Zoom! That means she likes you back? You aren't sure, but love certainly hurts. Damn, I need better cards. I'll change this one blue. Damn. Damn. I'm gonna need to go foraging. Plus 6 combat, plus 1 animals, plus 15 stress, plus 2 kudos, plus 1 friendship with Nemi and Vase, the incorrigible. The year's Virtunalia is ushered in with a big military band, horns and drums supplemented by recordings of parade music from Earth. Governor Loom strides out of command on a grand red carpet and ascends the stage to raucous applause. Thank you, everyone, he calls out over the din. Look at you! Look at this colony! Finally truly united! All it took was a common enemy, he declares. I look at you beautiful people, you strong people, you good human people, and I see a fire in your eyes. I see courage in your hearts. I see a colony that's ready to win. I see a colony that's here to stay, Vertumna. Do you hear me? He raises his arms and roars. Do you hear me, Vertumna? We humans aren't going to hide anymore. Loom gestures for Security Chief Red to join him on stage, then continues. The original fugitive colonists got it wrong. In Roman mythology, Vertumnus was the god of cultivation, not of rampant chaotic growth. He clenches his hand into a fist. We need to clear the field before we can plow it. Vertumna won't be safe for human life until the aliens are eradicated. Red crosses his arms and nods his head in agreement. Maybe there's more to this plan than Loom is letting on. Loom descends from the stage and does a receiving line of handshakes and fist bumps. In the vacuum left by his presence, Chief Administrator Seek takes the podium and clears their throat. I want to announce that this will be the last year that festival contest will be held. What? A sound of protest rises from the crowd, and near the front, Loom just shrugs theatrically and mouths, "Not my problem." Seek looks down at him pointedly, then continues, "This war will use our colony resources at a tremendous rate, including the most valuable time." "Hey, I've got some good news," Loom adds, jumping back up on stage. "This one's really gonna knock your socks off. The colony has its first pregnancy?" The crowd murmurs in excitement, and Loom beckons Tammy to join him. "Everyone give a round of applause for Aspartame here, Vertumna's first mother." Tammy is beet red all the way to the tips of her ears, but she dutifully does a little twirl so Loom can show her off. "Look at her!" he exclaims. "So vibrant, so healthy, just like our young colony. We're so proud of you, Tammy. Your child is going to join the ranks of the greatest species the universe has ever seen." Loom pumps his fist in the air. "Humans! Humans! Humans! Let me hear you, Vertumna! Wait, Tammy is pregnant?" Tammy descends from the stage into a gaggle of surprised and excited friends. "OMG! Is it really true?" Mars asks immediately, taking Tammy by the hands. "Yes!" Tammy exclaims like the secret is bursting out of her. "I'm finally going to be a mommy, just like Aunt Anne." You take a good look at Tammy. You haven't seen a pregnant person in years, not since you landed at least. Aren't they supposed to glow? Tammy looks radiant with pride and excitement. Looking more closely, you realize that her dress is starting to curve out around her belly. Every baby born to the colony, even you and your friends, is a complex arrangement of inherited, donated, and altered genes, and sometimes not even related to their parents. If the council let Tammy have a baby, does that mean there will be more soon? Will they expect you to have a baby? Cal runs over from where he was standing with his family and sweeps Tammy up in a big hug, twirling her around. "I'm so proud of you!" he exclaims, then rests his hand gently on her belly. "Sorry, too much spin? You okay, little hot pie?" They look at each other adoringly. As you stand around and marvel at Tammy's news, the adults all start putting away the chairs and setting up for the games and contests. Mars puts her hands on her hips. "So," she starts, "what does everyone think about this war on nature?" "I think it's stupid," Cal says immediately. "I know survival is important, but we don't have to kill things to survive here." Mars rolls her eyes. "Duh, of course you'd think that," she mutters. "Personally, I think Lim is a total nullhead. He's not that much older than me. What is he, like 24? And everyone listens to him?" She flips her hair over her shoulder. "They should listen to me instead." Finally, you're all called to participate in the games. The last ones, maybe forever. If this war on nature ever ends, you'll probably be an adult. As your friends all separate into their usual games, you realize this is maybe the last time that you just get to be kids. What do you choose? Trivia, I guess, is the only thing I can do. Tangent is out for blood this year. She snaps at anyone who tries to talk to her before the trivia begins, and complains that she's been cramming so hard on pop culture that she feels like her brain is about to explode. Meanwhile, Nomi Nomi just bobs along to the music and their ears speak as they wait, totally unbothered. Trivia time! Goal is 106. And we're exhausted for not getting it. I don't know, maybe I should do all yellows at first. Okay, let's try that one. No! This was never gonna win. Two, three, 4, 5. Let's give up. We've been defeated. Hank finally comes out ahead, narrowly snatching a victory from reigning champion Nomi. Her gloating is insufferable, but at least she's happy. After the festivities, everyone is supposed to take a few days vacation. You and your friends relax, but the adults move around like the colony ants. You and your friends relax, but the adults move around the colony like ants in a hive, fortifying the walls and preparing for the human offensive against the planet. Let's go hunting! Oh, I forgot to give Tangent her gift. Oh, it's Tammy! Has something to say to me. Tammy is sweeping the front stoop of the lounge, humming a little song to herself. As you approach, you see her stand up straighter and rub her back. Now that you know, it's clear she's pregnant. You wonder how you didn't catch on before Vertinalia. It's still mind-blowing that she's going to have a baby. The first child born from someone who was themselves born in space. It's hard to believe she's only 1 year older than you. Little Tammy, who cries when toys break and is scared to leave the walls. She's going to be a mom. Tammy looks up as you approach and smiles. Hello, Goobs! It's so nice out today, don't you think? She always thinks it's a nice day, even when it's pouring rain. It must be nice to be so cheerful all the time. You look beautiful. She smiles and goes a pretty shade of pink. Thank you, Goobs. That's so sweet. She does seem more centered and confident than you've ever known her to be. It radiates off her like a warm, glowing sun. When Loom had her up on stage, embarrassed in front of the whole colony, you kept thinking, wow, Tammy's really a grown-up now. Tammy leans on her broom with a dreamy smile. I thought about it for a long time and talked to Aunt Anne and Dr. Instance and my dad, she says. I've always known I wanted children. She giggles on thought. Lots of them, so why not get started now? Aunt Anne and I are going to run the creche, so I'll have plenty of help raising them the same way I was raised, she adds. I might not be the strongest or smartest person in the colony, but I'm going to be the best mom. I know I can do this. Do you ever want kids, Goobs? No, never ever. Tammy laughs. That's okay, Goobs. It's not for everyone. I'm sure you'll make a wonderful explorer or engineer or whatever else you set your mind on. Tammy goes back to sweeping the stoop, adding little snippets of lyrics to her made-up song. Oh, Tammy! I gotta go! Oh, she's gonna have baby. Let's go hunt in the swamps. I can't believe Tammy's all grown up. And what does she do when she's all grown up? She has baby. Anyway, what's waiting for us in here? A manicore is over there, I remember. A wide but shallow stream blocks your path here. If you get a run-up, you may be able to jump over it. Or there are giant lily pads that might hold your weight. The tops are worn smooth, as if animals in this area regularly use them as a bridge. They sleep over it. Come on, short stack, he crows. He has the height advantage, though. It might not be as easy for you. Hop across the lily pads. I don't have high enough toughness. What's my toughness at? 37. Yep. Not enough. But I do have high perception, so. Card becomes red. Let's put the blue here. I'm not gonna win. Look at this. Whoa! They glow when you step on them and hum like they're discharging electricity. You stop to take a closer look. Then the lily pad you're standing on collapses into the water under your weight. You fall in and have to jettison some waterlogged, now ruined equipment in order to swim back to shore. Idiots! Vase hollers from the other side. I'm telling Rhett you broke that equipment. It's okay, it was only 10 kudos. That one dude. A Unisaur has been following you in base from a distance. You see it now, and then out of the corner of your eye. It doesn't seem aggressive and looks recently fed, so it isn't hunting you for food. This is pretty unusual behavior for such a normally skittish creature. Let's befriend it. It doesn't act like a wild animal at all, more like an algorithm. It's not interested in your food, your soft cooing, nothing you can offer. It's unnerving and strange. It continues to back off and keep a precise distance from you in base. When it sees you paying attention, it backs off further, then comes back to observe you. That's it, Face says, shouldering his rifle. I've had enough of this. The presence of danger seems to unlock some new subroutine in the Unisaur's instincts. It charges you. Now we have to fucking defend ourselves because Base is such a piece of shit, dude. We can't do shit with him around. He's just like, oh well, gotta attack the animals. Like constantly. Dude, give it a break. Hey. That one turns. I have to give up when the goal is just 58. Okay, let's try changing a card to red. How about this? Nope. Give up. Unisaur darts and weaves, managing neither to get shot or land a hit on you before it darts back into the gloopy willows. You don't see it again, but you get the creepy feeling it is still out there, still watching you. Ugh! I'm sick of being spied on! Face exclaims. He stomps around in the swamp, splashing up mud and brackish water. You think back to the monitoring station you found on the ridges with discs where you saw through a creature's eyes. Base might be more right than he knows. I want to kick his ass. There's a different variety of bush bub here in the swamps. Slimy, smooth-featured, and gloopy, like the rest of the foliage. They seem just as slow but suspiciously intelligent as their dry biome cousins. You come across one of their little shrines and find their well-worn paths in the loamy soil. While you're inspecting the shrine, you hear a blurbling groaning noise, and Base smacks you with the butt of his rifle to get your attention. Barreling down on you from different directions on the path are two goop-faced bush bub sentries, calling out to each other as if they've been laying in wait. They attack. Have to defend myself again? I'm not built for this. You hear me? I'm not built for this. I'm gonna give up. Well, Vase... Okay, good. Well, Vase takes on one of the goopy bush bub. The one charging towards you hits you like a sack of oatmeal. Wet and thick, much thicker than it looks. You know what? You know what? No. Yeah, I'm back here again. You might be wondering how I got here. Well, you see, I failed multiple times. So I want to get some combat up. Security Chief Rhett interrupts your afternoon training to address the group. Nemi perks up. This seems important.
Since the original colony was destroyed, Rhett begins, we have needed every skilled security officer we can find to defend our home. And now with Governor Loom's blessing, age is no longer a requirement. We are looking for young recruits to join the ranks of the defense squads. This is a serious job.
He punches his hand for emphasis.
You'll be soldiers, not little kids learning self-defense or peering down from the safety of the walls. You will be in danger. You need to be brave and know your way around a weapon. Step forward if you think you have what it takes to defend our colony.
Bravely step forward. When Rhett smiles, it's not a happy smile.
But do you have what it takes to survive?
Yes, I do, and I'm ready to serve.
Rhett nods. Okay, you're in. See you at dawn, recruit.
Yeah, that's me. Fuck. Push through. +6 combat, +1 animals, +15 stress, +1 friendship with Vase and Nemi. New cards in the depot. Shop weapons. Oh, weapons. +50 combat. God. If only I could sell the cards I bought before. Autoplay best hand? What the fuck? These are so good. Okay, well, I need a 300, but I'm not gonna be able to make that much. I gotta go play with the animals. You spent some time with Squidly Peterson. Oh. I already read that. About how humans didn't really domesticate dogs. Dogs domesticated themselves. It'll soon be glow. Are y'all ready? Tammy, how you doing, girl? Oh, I already read this. Hey, Tangent. Using my body, not my brain lately. This month you treat mostly cuts and scrapes and give out medicine for pain and anxiety. It's easy, boring work, but that's the best kind. No one likes it when the medbay is busy. God damn. Push through. You show up for orientation to guard duty. Vase and Nemi are here as well, listening intently to Security Chief Red as he teaches you the specifics of the colony's defenses. There's the walls, of course, and the lookout towers, and the robotic turrets. There are obvious weaknesses, like the gates, and less obvious ones, like the pipes that divert runoff water away from the colony. And there are high priority targets, like engineering and geoponics. You're surprised to learn that the living quarters are considered lower priority.
Duh, Vase mutters. During an attack, everyone's supposed to be defending the colony, not hiding under their beds.
It's a lot to learn quickly, and Red doesn't let you make mistakes. He drills you and drills you, first on your knowledge of the colony and then on actual drills. Physical fitness and reflexes, loading and firing a plasma rifle, securing a dangerous situation, and combat tactics, both as a group and solo.
If the lookouts on the wall see anything, you'll be the ones to shoot it, he says as you struggle with reloading the cartridge in your plasma rifle. There might not be time to wait for backup. You have to be able to make and act on the right choice without hesitation.
He looks you right in the eye.
You're not only a guard while you're on duty, he says seriously. You're being charged with the defense of the colony itself. I expect you to be ready at all times to answer the call.
Frustrated, you fumble the cartridge and it clatters to the ground. Red stops it under his foot.
No slacking. Keep your mind and body sharp and ready for anything. We are at war,
he continues, leaning in close to drive his point home. He's been saying that a lot recently. He really believes everything Loom says about the outside world. I don't think it's that. He seems to be a man who has a mind of his own. He's probably observed something that's made him conclude that the planet itself is at war with humanity. Because he's definitely not a follower, he's a leader. Rhett leaves you to figure out how to reload the plasma rifle on your own. Vase is already finished, of course, but Nemi stops what she's doing to help you. There's a latch here, she says, flicking it with her thumb. If it's deployed, you can't click the cartridge in, got it? You nod. It's easy when someone actually shows you how. I'll make Red proud someday. Nemi laughs and claps you on the back. Yeah, he's just a big teddy bear, right? She finishes her reload and shoulders her rifle, and then she and Vase leave together. +7 combat, +2 bravery, +18 kudos, +20 stress. Gotta take a break soon. Man, I can't do shit. I really do gotta take a break. You and Des have the kind of conversations that are impossible to describe afterwards. You talk about everything and nothing. What you think you'll be doing in 10 years, what are the best and worst parts about being alive? Is human nature fixed, or is it a product of society? Are emotions necessary for survival, or do they just get in the way? This has some surprising opinions. You find yourself enjoying talking to him, even if he is a little intense. And now it's Glow. Guess I just chill out. The geoponics domes are a comforting beacon of light during Glow. While everything else is throwing off an unsettlingly alien light, the domes are stable, dependable, human. You like spending time in them, tending to the seedlings that will be transplanted into the fields and pollen. Change them into bobber fruit. Okay. plus 7 animals, plus 2 empathy, plus 10 kudos, plus 10 stress, plus 1 friendship with Cal. You're just putting your boots on to grab dinner in the lounge when you hear the colony sirens begin to wail. It's a yearly attack. Ugh, they couldn't have waited until you ate dinner? Rude. Outside your window, you watch the colony defense begin to mobilize. Your hollow palm chimes with the usual reminders for all civilian colonists to stay indoors. Join the colony defense. You head to the garrison to grab a plas rifle, then report to the front. Chief Fred looks surprised to see you, but assigns you to a squad with Nemi and tells you to get up on the walls and do your best. On the other side of the walls is more Xenos than you've ever seen in one place ever. They seethe out of the forest, large and small, herbivorous and predatory, fungal and otherwise, flying and crawling and hopping towards the colony with a single-minded determination. The air fills with the pew-pew of laser turrets and the crackle of plas rifles. The enemy's front line collapses, only to be replaced by even more Xenos. Just as many as before, if not more. There's no end to it. The fire break turns into a graveyard of dead and dying alien bodies, wave after wave crawling over the corpses until they roil at the base of the walls like the foam on a wave when it hits the shore. You hear the walls creaking underneath you, but they hold strong. There is no sun to set and glow, but night falls on the battlefield without any break in the fighting. Your fingers begin to cramp from pulling the trigger of your plas rifle. Finally, you're relieved by the second guard shift. You walk straight into the garrison and right into a dreamless sleep. You're awoken 6 hours later for your next shift. The kitchens have provided the soldiers with pressed soy rashes and hot blood tea, which you grab, then make your way back to the walls to survey the carnage of the night. As you arrive, your hollow palm lights up with a priority message.
Security personnel, we are under siege, the security chief says, getting right to the point. On Earth, sieges were used to break a city by starvation or drought. We have plenty of food and water. Guards will rotate 6 hours on, 6 hours off. So long as we keep the Xenos on the other side of the wall, we can hold them off for days, weeks even.
Weeks? Everyone exchanges exhausted looks.
He pauses, then adds, we can do this. We're stronger than them. And we're not going anywhere.
You and the other soldiers fall into a fitful rhythm, alternating shifts on the wall with a brief snippets of sleep. Gunfire becomes the soundtrack of your days, which begins to smear together like paste. Nami in particular is suffering. She volunteers for relief shifts, sometimes pulling doubles or triples on the wall. You catch her mechanically shoveling soy porridge into her mouth before seeming to fall asleep sitting up. A minute later, she jolts awake as someone's spoon clatters against their bowl. Tethers grow short as fatigue sets in. 6 days pass. You're on shift, watching the Xenos batter themselves against the walls. You feel your eyes unfocused at the sheer formless horde of them. And all these days, they still haven't breached the colony. Sometimes they even seem to retreat, ebbing backwards and reforming somewhere else. Behavior you've never seen before. A group of monsters breaks from the tree line. Nothing new except for one of them. One of the Xenos looks different from the others. Almost humanoid. What is that thing? The creature looks suspiciously like a person, at least from the waist up. Down below was a lumbering chimera, vaguely reminiscent of a faceless, wrapped in tattered bits of flesh and bony protrusions. Something like hair flutters behind it as it turns and looks right at you with an unnerving, malevolent intelligence. You rev your eyes. Yeah, it's still there. It approaches the base of the wall, and the other monsters surge forward on to pound against the gates. Go to hell, Noctilucent! You remember its name, their name. A gardener, part of an ancient alien defense system. One that doesn't know when to stop. They look at you in surprise and seem as if they're going to approach the wall and say something. Then Nemi puts a bullet through their chest. Noctilucent reels and falls back into the crowd of monsters. What the hell was that? Nemi demands, then covers her eyes with her hands. Never mind. I don't even want to know. This siege better end soon. I'm starting to see shit, goops. I swear that thing had a face. Finally, after the 6th day of the siege, you look down the sights of your plas rifle and see a curious thing. The monsters are retreating. As you gather with the other soldiers in the colony square, your hollow palm lights up with a priority announcement from Governor Loom.
The alien attackers have been defeated, he says. The siege has ended.
Loom smiles broadly and puffs out his chest.
Another year, another win! You're welcome, Vertumna! You're welcome, humanity!
You're welcome, you hear, and see Chef Rhett nearby looking livid.
What did he do? He ran to his security officers, raced off like an idiot with his honor guard, defend strategically unsound positions, put himself in danger so we had to save his overstuffed ass. The soldiers all shift uncomfortably, but no one disagrees. And when I actually needed him, Rhett continues, taking his 12-hour beauty rest while the rest of us log through endless shifts. The soldiers are exhausted from the siege, so the crowd in the square disperses quickly. Only a few Helios remain, covertly filming Rhett while he continues to rail against Loom. On the horizon, the first rays of quiet streak the sky with lavender. You watch Utopia's reclamation crew head out through the gates to begin vaporizing xenocorpses for the component molecules. That night you have terrible dreams. You imagine that you're sieging the colony, that you're a creature crawling in the mud on your belly, the ozone crackle of plas rifle fire arcing overhead. With your taloned claws, you rip into the walls like they're made of clay, stuffing choking handfuls of it in your mouth. In a moment of lucidity, you try to pull the clay from your throat, but no matter how hard you pull, it just never ends. You jolt awake when you realize you've been pulling your own guts out of your throat. Just a dream. You're shaking and coated in a film of terror sweat, your heart pounding. You don't find sleep again before dawnbreak. Early quiet. We're starting age 18! Even with the med beds, the colony keeps a few medicines in stock. Mild painkillers and anti-inflammatories, vaccines, prophylactics for bitumen diseases, various drugs for anxiety and depression, anything that doesn't warrant tying up a med bed. There's also a collection of pastes, powders, and tinctures from native species. Dr. Instance is showing you how to inventory and restock the medicine cabinet. She picks up a jar of tincture and regards it with distaste. "This is barbarism," she complains before handing it to you to stock. "When the machines finally break and leave us with this, the colony will be in real trouble. Medicine used to be an art, not a science," she continues, her emphasis on the word art indicating her poor opinion of it. "Ointments and oils peddled by salesmen to people too ignorant and desperate to know better. Cutting people open with unwashed hands, drilling holes in their heads." Yes, and nobody needed their lifetimes of hands-on experience or applied wisdom. Congruence chimes in from a nearby monitor with what must be sarcasm. Training invert space and relying on medbeds is much more civilized. Instance scowls at the weight of 20 years of resentment. "I wasn't trained as a medical doctor," she retorts. "Of course you were," Congruence coos patronizingly. "I trained you myself." Instance throws her hands in the air and turns to you. "I already had 2 advanced degrees when we left Earth," she proclaims. "I was a published academic. If they wanted someone who could fix humans, they should have brought along a physician, not trained one after the fact." She scowls and starts restocking the medicine herself, shoving things wherever they fit. "I'm a biologist, a researcher. My defining quality is that I get things done. Don't expect me to smile about it." Patients need to feel comforted. You think an important part of a doctor's job is to make them feel safe. It's scientific too. Stress and negativity have physical effects on people's ability to heal. Instance huffs and slams the door of the medicine cabinet. She knows better. She old. She grown. What the heck is this? Give up. Give up. Wow, it did not work very well this month. You roll out of bed at noon because you're allowed to. Because it's your birthday. But also because you're exhausted. You barely slept at all last night. You've been having these nightmares since the siege. More and more every night, like they're trying to tell you something urgent. You can't make any sense of it.
All the imagery, it's jumbled together. All these possibilities and timelines and things that might happen. Some nights you wake up in a cold sweat, a scream already in your throat. You sit on the edge of your bed, run a hand through your hair, and check your hollow palm. A few people wished you happy birthday, but that's all. You guess you're getting older. Birthdays aren't as important as they used to be. Oh, man, right. There's gonna be a surprise party waiting for you in the lounge. It was in one of your dreams. You remember it because it was one of the few ones that didn't involve people dying or the colony being destroyed. But you're so tired. Do you really have to do this? Avoid the surprise party or pretend to be surprised? Oh, I wonder what avoiding it does. Oh, whoops. I was typing in the wrong box. Almost sent that to Twitch. You almost make it too. Mars catches you sneaking out through the cafeteria's back exit and pulls you aside. OMG, Goobs, I was just looking for you, she exclaims. She leans in and lowers her voice. Look, I know you don't like surprises, she whispers, so I figured I would warn you before we go in. Everyone's in the lounge to wish you a happy birthday. You try to pull away, but Mars tugs you back and shushes you. No, no, no. Come on, Goobs, she begs. Please just pretend, okay? Living here is such a downer with the war and everything. Can't you just help me keep everyone's spirits up? Okay, I'll go. As you enter the lounge. Surprise! You do your very best to play along and act surprised. Woo! Streamers! Balloons! Great! All of your friends are standing around wearing goofy hats and clapping. Nomi is holding a bunch of balloons larger than they are, and Rex is wearing a cute little waiter's outfit with a bow tie. You accept their hugs and birthday wishes, trying to hide your exhaustion and demurring with a few pointed, all this for me? You shouldn't have! No, really. Cal brings over a hollow screen with a video call from Tammy. She looks exhausted but proud, and in her arms is a tiny little rat's bundle of baby. Look, Goobs, she says. Echinacea just missed your birthday by a day. Are you gonna call her Echo or something? Kin? Shia? What are we gonna call the baby? You coo over the baby girl and wish Tammy a speedy recovery. She looks even more tired than you are, but everyone is healthy and happy, especially Cal. He takes the hollow screen for a few minutes after you're done so he can obsess over Tammy's new baby. Even though he's probably not supposed to be related to Echinacea, he's every bit the proud daddy. When he returns to the party, he's so happy he sounds like a total dork. He tells everyone about the new baby, beaming so proudly for Tammy they can probably take readings from Earth. Despite your exhaustion, you start to smile too. Your friends are so amazing, and they're all here because they care about you. Then you get some unexpected guests. The lounge begins to fill with Helio kids, mostly ones you don't know, the ones who usually keep to themselves, and, well, don't much like you original Stratospheric kids. Vase and Emmy are with them, his arm draped over her shoulders. Emmy gives you a little wave of acknowledgement for your birthday, which earns a weird look from Vase. Hey, who invited you guys? Cal says, stepping forward with his hands clenched. This is a private party. It's a public lounge, Vase replies. We can sit wherever we want. Cal stomps right into the midst of the Helios. You guys think that just because you fell out of the sky, you're the wormhole's gift to Vertumna, he spits out. We don't need you. We never needed you. All you do is make things worse, like this party. You've rarely seen Cal so ready for a fight. He doesn't seem to care that the body language of the Helio kids has changed from cocky to dangerous. You're just a bunch of fascists, Cal continues. You and Loom. The lounge erupts, chairs screeching across the floor as the Helios jump to their feet yelling at Cal, calling the colony illegal and Cal a fugitive. They jostle him around, but Cal plants his feet and stands his ground. You hear a bottle breaking and see someone advancing on Cal. He's not backing down. Fight! Fight! Despite Cal's bravado and brawny physique, he's no fighter. One of the Helio kids socks him in the stomach and he goes down like a felled gnarled tree. Rex throws himself between Cal and his assailants, catching a few kicks on Cal's behalf, before the Helios get tired and leave, with a few parting shots at Cal's alleged romantic interactions with the float cows. Vase doesn't get involved, but he doesn't stop them either. He's the last to leave the lounge, staring hard at Rex before smirking and turning away. Rex helps Cal to his feet. First time, huh? He says, dusting off Cal's clothes.
Don't worry, they probably got it out of their system. Good on you for sticking up for yourself.
Nemi lingers at a distance, clearly angry at Cal but feeling bad about the fight. Well, Mars exclaims, clapping her hands, that was enough excitement, I think. Let's move on to the important parts, cake and presents. Under Mars' skillful party hosting hand, the mood shifts back to festive. You enjoy your presents and your cake, but tensions boiling over like that is a bad omen for the rest of the year. Oh, I need more water. Next ad break, I'm getting water. See, Tammy and Tangent want to talk. You spot Tang heading behind the engineering wing and follow, only to find she's disappeared. Then you look up and see an access ladder leading to a maintenance platform by the engine turbines, long, silent, and starting to rust. Oh, I've seen this image before. You climb up to the platform. Tang's there, lying on her back and staring at the sky. A hatch beside her leads back into engineering. That must be how she knows about this place. She and her brother are exactly the fucking same. They might not like each other too much, but goddamn, do they have hiding places? And they are rebellious. She doesn't acknowledge you until you're almost standing over her, your shadow fighting the overcast light. She blinks with the sluggishness of someone who's only just remembers a necessity and licks her lips before she speaks. Do they need me in there? You shake your head and Tang doesn't sigh in relief exactly, though her eyes slip closed again. Good, she murmurs. It's all too much right now. I thought... Her mouth twitches. I don't know what I thought. I don't know what I'm doing up here. What's going on, Tangent? Tang huffs a small laugh and folds her hands over her stomach. You know, I think I may be burned out or depressed. In Earth movies, depressed teens would sneak it onto the rooftops, she says. I confess, I don't think I see the appeal. Maybe it would be better if I had alcohol or cigarettes. She shakes her head, blanking out your mind with substances. Blanking out your mind with substances is what my mom used to do, not me. You want to talk about it? Tang smiles, self-effacing, and doesn't look at you. I don't think so, she says. Maybe. Will you sit with me? You lie down beside Tang and watch the gentle revolution of the sky for a few minutes. You can feel the caginess seep out of Tang as you lie there in silence, until finally she speaks. Do you ever think about humanity? She asks slowly. Humans are such glorious, beautiful, utterly self-destructive things, she continues. They only ever create by destroying, and in turn, they hasten their own demise. Tang finally looks at you, her hollow eye lighting up her cheekbones. She looks gaunt. It was the belief in human supremacy and unchecked innovation that doomed humankind on Earth, she says. Does it seem we're doing the same path here, on Vertumna? I believe we can do better here. Tang takes a deep breath. Did not help. Shit. Fuck. Okay. Hold up. Let's reload. We're going to select the correct options, not the wrong ones. So what if we are? This is our home. Tang's brow furrows. It is our home, she repeats. You're right. We can't change that, and we shouldn't have to apologize for wanting to live here, just like anything else that does. Sometimes I wonder, she continues, then pauses. Sometimes I wonder why we even say humans to explore space. Given our track record, you would think. Perhaps an artificial intelligence would have been wiser. No ego to get in the way. No questions about ethics or morality. After all, we learned in Earth history that when human colonists traveled from Europe to the Americas, they nearly killed everyone who already lived there because they spread disease. On purpose! They spread disease on purpose. They knew exactly what they were doing. They took those fucking blankets and they gave it to indigenous people and they said, here, have these blankets. Haha, you're going to die. Fuck them. Tang looks at her hands. I just can't help but wonder if we're doing the right thing. The hatch to the laboratory clings open and Tang jumps. There you are, Instance says, just her head and shoulders visible through the hatch. Have you finished recalibrating the strand sequencer yet? Tang scrambles to her feet and brushes off the seat of her pants. No, not yet, she says. I was waiting on the results from BH4316, and Instance clicks her tongue against her teeth and raises a hand to interrupt Tang. They're ready, she says. I need that sequencer ready for the G4100 samples. Her eyes flick to you. If you're done, she adds icily. Yes, ma'am, Tang says, cowed, and slides into the hatch after Instance. As her head disappears past the roofline, you catch a fleeting hint of an expression on her face you can't name. Tammy beams when she sees you, like there's nothing better in the world than the sight of your face. Happy birthday, Goops! She exclaims. She comes in for her annual birthday hug, throwing her arms around you and giving you a great big squeeze. Here, I got this! She steps back and reaches into one of her many deep pockets of her dress, producing a little box. I made you this, she laughs, opening it to reveal a little snack-sized cake. You take a bite. The cake is light and flavorful and drenched in sugar bug syrup. It's delicious. Share it with Tammy. Tammy laughs. I was just kidding. I made my own, silly Billy. Let's eat them together. Tammy's a mommy now. We really did save her life and she grew up. Okay, let's get combat up. We're almost done with this portion of the game. And then we restart. Don't know who we're going to end up with, though. Maybe Tangent? I don't feel like our relationship is that high. 80 out of 100. Okay, let's keep going. Ad starts in 35 seconds. Soldering pieces onto circuit boards is hard. You burn your fingers and fry out 3 capacitors trying to make a simple clock. You ask Professor Hal why you can't just use a nanoprinter to make it, but he laughs and says, burnt fingers help you remember the lesson. Sounds like something your mom would say. Finally, a win. +5 engineering, +2 reasoning, +15 stress. Assistant medbay. Oh, whoops. Because the medbay connects to the genetics lab, Tangent is often nearby working on her own projects here. She doesn't like to make small talk. In fact, she often sees the dislike when you're working in medbay. She's always been a bit aloof, but she's becoming more like the chief engineer every day. One day you arrive to find Tangent watching Instance work at a medbed. Utopia, seated in the bed with her bloody, mangled leg raised, waves cheerfully at you. Oh good, you're here, Instance mutters, peeling off her gloves and stepping away from the medbed. I've already set the bone. Just babysit the monitor while it works. Your eyes are drawn to the carnage that is Utopia's leg. It's super, super gross. So bad you can see the bone and the pulsing of the muscles of her leg. The insides of our body should stay inside. Ting is watching intently. Oh, I'll be right back. Gonna get myself some water.
Mavis the Dark just traded with 8 viewers.
Oh, hello, sorry. I went to go get water. Thank you for the raid. My mouse dropped. Whoa. Hello, Mavis the Dark. How you doing? Okay, let me read my spiel. Welcome Raiders, I'm Melody Wisp, an asexual, aromantic, agender, trans, non-binary, neuroqueer, multiple disabled, and neurodivergent Puerto Rican variety streamer. I'm also an accessibility provider and use stenography to write closed and open captions for fellow disabled people. In fact, I have 2 ongoing Let's Play series on my second channel that are fully captioned, in case anyone's interested in seeing those. If you want to learn more about steno or accessibility, please ask. It's one of my special interests. I'm also an official HumbleBundle and Fanatical partner. Use commands Fanatical and Humble for more information. There's my spiel. Also, recently I changed my my pronouns, which I haven't done on stream yet. But they, them is still okay, but I'm trying out neo pronouns. Chords, and boss. Because sheep. Okay, now I'm out of breath. Fucking asthma. How are you doing? How was your stream? What were you streaming? While I do my inhaler. Okay, I'm good now. We streamed some vintage story this evening, but been on and around all day. Oh, cool. Hope your all-day streaming has been going pretty well. I have dysautonomia, so even when I try my best to take in deep breaths, slow deep breaths, my heart rate does not go down. It's so frustrating. It was fun. I don't get to do so except on Saturdays. Yeah, Saturdays are always good for big old streams, in my experience too. It's okay, you know, I'm used to it by now. Let's see, let me check my heart rate. It's not too bad, and it's not, I'm not getting any, what's it called? Heart palpitations, so I'm fine. Anyway, so currently we're in the med bay, and one of the characters just came in with a deeply mangled leg, and we're treating them. Watch and learn something? Ask Utopia how it happened. What, this? Utopia asked, slapping her thigh. Oh, the usual. It's like the third time I've broken a leg since we landed, though this one's probably the worst. She laughs, trailing off into a sigh. Glider accidents, she shrugs. Those things are fun, but boy howdy are they dangerous. I just love the speed, though. Utopia pats the medbed fondly. Good old medbed here forgives me, don't you, girl? I'll be up and walking by dinner. Flaps thigh. This baby can fit so many bones. Too bad they are outside the body. But body's always changing, you know? Utopia waxes poetic as the medbed's anti-pain field starts to make her drowsy. You ain't the same person you were born as, and who knows who you'll be in 20 more years. Mind and body always making themselves anew. Nature's change. Tangent perks up and she takes her eyes off the leg to look up at Utopia's face. Our bodies are exactly as we want. Oh. Our bodies are exactly as we want them, Utopia. She says with pride. They didn't match the women we were inside, so we changed them. Nature isn't what changed us. She raises her chin defiantly. Science changed us. Gene tech changed us. And in 20 more years, we'll still be exactly who we want to be and nobody else. Utopia just chuckles sleepily at this as her lids droop and she starts to snore. Oh, Utopia's also trans? Oh, that's great. So many trans people in this game. Always a delight. Okay, let's see. Do we have any good cards? God damn it. Okay, let's add to one of them. Come on, really? Okay, push through. +7 biology, +3 empathy, +13 kudos, +15 stress, +1 friendship with tangent. Okay, and this is our pet, Cuddly Feederson. Ain't it cute? The only pet I've got. Anyway, so when I was a teenage exocolonist, we are a child growing up on an alien planet after our family colonized it. But also, we were running out of food because the animals of the planet keep attacking us. And now there is a ship from Earth here. And some of the characters are children too. Same age. It's an enjoyable game. I recommend everyone buy it. I'm gonna go relax in the park. Cal and Tammy often go for walks through the garden. They both know so much about the plants. Besides your mom, who planted the garden, they're probably the only two who know what everything is called without looking it up on the HoloNet. They're so sweet together, like a fairy tale couple. Trying to get my friendship up with Tangent. You bump into Tangent after a routine checkup in Medbay. Goops, could you wait a moment? I'm almost done. Let's walk out together. Dr. Instance gives you a curious look as Tang hurries to catch up to you, but goes back to her work. You wonder if Tang needs something from you or just wants to hang out. Lately, it seems like she has less time for her friends, preferring to work late at the lab. Maybe she's lonely. Ah, nice weather we're having, Tang says as you walk outside. You look around. It seems pretty normal for the season. She's trying small talk and failing. Ah, nice weather we're having, huh? She clears her throat. It's so different here than it was in space, she says. Growing up in a spaceship was so clean and tidy. Here I'm constantly sweeping pollen or dust or spores or what have you off of everything. There was a mushroom growing in the corner of the bathroom the other day. Kind of like it, honestly. Yuck, Tank says, wrinkling her nose. You can have it. You walk for a few minutes. Tank clearly has something on her mind, so you let her sit with it until she finally steels herself. I'm not very good at this sort of thing, she says slowly. So you know I've been working on a big project with the chief engineer? Yeah. You nod and she continues. Well, it's been going really well. I think we're finally over the last hurdle now. Governor Loom says it's going to change everything here in the colony for the better. Tank seems more at ease than you've seen her in years. Truly, I couldn't have done it without you, Tank says, a slight smile warming her usually expressionless face. I know I can be a hard person to be around, but I appreciate everything you've done for me. And ultimately, for the colony and all of humanity. Aw, hold up. Hold up. Overwrite. Kind of make your move. You and Tangent find yourselves alone on the path from engineering to the quarters wing. You edge closer to Tangent as you walk. She doesn't seem to notice and moves away, maintaining the distance between you. We're a good team. Let's make it official. You propose a formal amorous partnership between you, the way one might propose a scientific thesis. It would be mutually beneficial, you tell her, and Tank stops in her tracks. I don't know what to say, she says slowly. She gives you a considering look. You're not the first person to suggest a partnership, but I must admit, you're the first person who piques my interest in return. You know what? Yes, she decides. You're entirely right. I like you, you like me. There's nothing stopping us from pursuing a relationship. How should we begin? Hank smiles, a real one showing her teeth. Oh, Goobs, if you like me, surely you expect nothing less than a completely rational response that takes into account both our feelings and our situation? Yes, I expect nothing less. Tank slips her hand into yours and steps closer. Will you kiss me now, or shall I kiss you? You lean in and press your mouths together. Tank's lips are a little dry, and she smiles when you kind of stick together. Almost acceptable, she teases, licking her lips. She brings her hand to your face and guides you together again into a kiss that's much better than the first. Tank's a better kisser than you expected. Confident, unashamed, and methodical. You kiss until she tires of it, pulling away and touching her lips with a slight smile. I'm looking forward to continuing this train of thought, she says. Look at that! We did it! Woo! Dating tangent! It didn't feel nearly as passion-full as it was with her brother, but... Yowza is correct. Okay, I guess I don't need to go hanging out in medbed anymore. Let's, do combat? Guard duty. Sometimes burrowing animals get in under the walls. Maybe they didn't mean to end up here, but they are here, and it's your job to get rid of them. Today's pest is a whole extended family of dust moles. Round, furry creatures that multiply really fast. One pregnant dust mole can become a problem within a few days, and because they live underground, you don't notice them until it's a big problem. The dust moles are insectivores, so they're not eating anything you care about, but they tear up the dirt and your crops as they build their burrows. You and Vase have been dispatched to take care of them. You meet Cal in Geoponics, already pleading his case for why you should leave them alone. They're nesting, he says. They don't mean us any harm, and their poop helps fertilize the fields. If we want them gone, we don't have to kill them. That's ridiculous, Vase snorts. Nesting or not, they're still a nuisance. There's 100 now, but in a few days there might be thousands. What are you going to do then? Cry about how we should have helped you sooner, probably. He turns to you. Well, Goobs, what do you think? Fire or guns? 6, 4, or 8? I would prefer 6. Let's encourage them to leave. You and Cal hatch a plan to entice the annoying little pests to go dig outside the walls where they belong. Cal pours float cow urine down the burrows to flush them out, and you herd the fuzzy, nearly blind moles out the front gate and away into the jungle. A little bit of carrot, a little bit of stick. If they get snapped up by some nearby predators, well, that's just the circle of life. Cal is grateful you gave peace a chance. He doesn't want to be responsible for killing anything just because it's inconvenient to the colony. And there I go, sabotaging myself. +7 combat, +4 bravery, +16 kudos, +20 stress. +1 friendship with Vase. Okay, let's do guard duty again. There's not usually much animal activity this time of year. Every so often you're called to deal with a hop eye that snuck in or some other nonsense. But mostly you walk around and wait to be useful. You fill the time by listening to audiobooks, especially ones for school. There are a lot of ways to get school credit, and you're lucky you can do a bit of studying while at work. Why not? I don't have 30. Oh, that's -2. Give up. New perk! Every event in exploring causes +10 stress instead of +15. What is it, Vase? You find Vase in the garrison lounge, holding court with a small group of young soldiers listening to him tell a story about his latest expedition. He's gesturing animatedly with his arms and snarling like a beast. And then I shot it out of the sodding sky! Bam! Bam! Vase finishes as you approach. The gathered crowd hoots and hollers for him, which he accepts magnanimously. Looking around, you see that it's mostly his Helio crew. You can tell from the uniformly close-cropped hair and perfect posture, but there are some faces you recognize from the colony. Anemone is here, and she shoots you a little wave. Tell your own heroic story. You loudly boast that Face's story is nothing and walk right into the crowd of listeners. All eyes turn towards you, including Vase's, who is regarding you with a curious mixture of annoyance and interest. You tell him about the time you saved Professor Howe when I was only 11. You tell the story of how you saved Professor Howe when he was cornered in a classroom by an alien. You don't have to embellish much. Everyone is rapt as you describe finding him with his throat already cut open, covered in blood, and the heated battle with the monster that followed. Damn, Face says, clearly impressed. You must be the coolest person on this whole podunk planet. Vase's friends laugh, while the colonists look at each other and smile awkwardly, already not wanting to disagree with Vase. All except for Anemone, who joins in and laughs the loudest of all. Vase kicks out another stool from his table. Well, hero, come sit beside the king. You take a seat beside Vase. He crosses his arms and sits back, looking at you appraisingly. I didn't think this colony made them like you, he says. I thought you were all farmers and hippies, but you I like. You've got a warrior soul. The other Heliopause teenagers look at you approvingly. The only thing this colony is good for is sports. I can't wait to get out there and shoot some aliens, Vase says. He bangs on the table with his fist. Those null shits aren't gonna know what hit them. I love a man who can get what he wants. Vase cants his head to the side and shoots you a cocky grin. You feel the weight of his gaze roam over your body. I do always get what I want. You and Vase talk a while longer. Well, mostly he talks while you and your friends listen. You and his friends listen. Eventually, the little crowd breaks up as people move on to their other duties. Vase says goodbye to all of the Heliopause soldiers by name, some of the colony ones too. Anemone lingers a little longer than the rest. He reaches out to her and they grasp forearms and he pulls her down for a kiss. I'll see you around later, babe, he says. Anemone one-ups him, sliding into his lap and kissing him deeply. Nah, if I find you first. Vase laughs and swats her butt when she gets up to leave. Eventually, it's just the two of you left. Vase stands up and puts his hands on his hips, surveying the garrison, his kingdom. All we did on the Heliopause was train for this exact moment, he says. We were literally made for this. We're the best of the best. He leans into your space and fixes you with a wolfish smile.
Which makes me the best thing to happen to this planet since it started shitting out oxygen. Don't you forget it.
Sure. Totally. I believe that. Let's hang out with Tangent. Have any time to spare, lovely? Tang hums and checks the time on her holopalm. I suppose, she says archly, then smiles, if you provide me with sufficient motivation. You meander toward your quarters. You and Tang go for a walk, eventually ending up at the path back to your quarters. This is hardly motivation, Tang says when she realizes where you're headed. I don't need to sleep as you do. You stop and look at her, wondering if you have to spell it out. She holds her eye, revealing nothing except for a subtle twitch of the corner of her mouth. Finally, she relents. Oh, you mean for the purposes of copulation, she says. Why didn't you say so? Who knew Tang could be such a tease? Literally. She's such a goofball, is what she is. Big goofy Tang. Miss Goofy Gooferson. Okay, I think I can... hang out with the animals. Wait. Whoa! There are 2 collectibles here! The garden is a peaceful place, where you don't have to think about how the colony is always simmering about being at war against the creatures of Vertumna. You can just sit and empty your mind, smelling the sweet perfume of flowers and listening to the wind rustle the green grass. It's one place to find peace, even when it feels like everyone else is losing their minds. This year, Governor Loom's ascension to the Vertumnalia stage is heralded by an entire military band, their instruments shiny and Nantung printed new. They march out of command in formation, splitting and forming a phalanx at the foot of the stage as Loom takes his place before you. Spotlights turn on with heavy ka-chunk noises, illuminating Loom in a halo of floating dust particles. He spreads his arms wide. Hello, Vertumna! His voice booms over the speakers. Are we winning or what? The reaction is mixed. You look around. It's easy to see the ones cheering the loudest are Helios and people who fully adopted a mentality, like Nemi. The Stratus are more reserved, some even silent. Security Chief Red is one of them, his usual stony expression hiding his true feelings. Regardless, there's enough cheering that Loom has to wait for it to die down before he continues. We're killing it out there, people! He exclaims. Every day we claw a little more territory from the savage aliens of this planet. A Watatopod arcs through the air and lands with a broken splort at Loom's feet, splattering him with juice. You don't see who threw it, but the faction from Geoponics is looking restless. They begin to jeer and stomp their feet. Loom continues on, raising his fist. Those Xenos attacked us first, and now they're learning, don't mess with humankind. The crowd is now evenly split between cheering and booing. The Stratus are agitated, and you hear calls for things to return to how they were, and how Loom and his soldiers are killing the planet. Even the council, lined up before the stage and facing the crowd, looks conflicted. We left Earth to get away from this shit, your dad shouts, and you turn to him in surprise. He rarely swears. Now look at us. We're right back where we started, fighting each other in the planet. We brought it with us. Utopia hops on stage and routes her own here-speak to the speakers. He's lying, she yells bitterly. This year we lost 2 surveyors in the swamps, Sorrel and Quinny. They'd be alive today if Loom hadn't sent them to clear out a manicore dam for no good reason. She jams her finger against the governor's chest. The only threat to our colony here is you. Loom's smile doesn't change, but his eyes go cold. He snatches Utopia's hand and calmly, slowly, crushes her hollow palm crystal with his thumb. You can hear the crunch of the bones of her hand before her feet cuts out. Utopia yelps as her knees buckle with the pain, her bravado gone. She holds her broken hand to her chest and is too shocked to resist when Loom shoves her off stage. The crowd is stunned into silence as well. Loom clears his throat and approaches the end of the stage, looming tall over the council. Thank you for your input, he says icily. Your concerns have been noted. This isn't the buffoon Loom presents on his daily holo vlogs, or the nuisance he is when he works the work site. You see something in his eyes you've only caught glimmers of before. Hatred.
You Stratus are lucky we didn't crush you under our boots and take your colony by force, he sneers. Before we got here, this colony was doomed. You're only alive because I was merciful. Just a bunch of burned out hippie fugitives. What's your plan for surviving out here? Wishful thinking? Singing songs and talking to animals? Laughter ripples to the Helios. You, he gestures to the council, then jerks his thumb at his chest, need us, not the other way around. I'm done pretending I need to listen to your opinions. If you want to live, you'll do what I say. He stares at Dr. Instance, who glares up at him with hate in her eyes as she tends to Utopia's hand. Maybe it's time to clean house, he threatens. We need team players here, ones who share our vision for the future of Rtumna. After a few tense moments, Zeke clears their throats. Sir, shall I continue with the traditional formalities now? Loom scowls down at Zeke, then throws his hands in the air. Whatever, do it if it makes you feel better. You're all cowards. He turns and stalks off the stage, his marching band scrambling to follow him with his exit song. As promised, there are no contests this year, but there's plenty of food and alcohol. As the suns begin to set, the Helios, including Vase and Nemi, head straight for it and look ready to party into the night. The other teens seem a little less at ease. This, quite predictably, has already left. Hang out with the Stratus. I know you think he's evil, Tammy says, holding Echinacea to her shoulder while she speaks urgently to Cal. But don't you think, even a little bit, that he's right about Rtumna being too dangerous? Cal crosses his arms and shakes his head. Killing is never right, Tammy, he replies. We can't fight a whole planet if we meet violence with violence. It's just numbers. They're going to win. We have to find a better way or we're all going to die anyway. Tammy's chin wobbles, but she clenches it defiantly. I just want to have a family, Cal, she insists. Why can't we have one place on this awful planet where we can be safe? She adjusts Echinacea against her chest. I think it's worth defending this one space for ourselves. The monsters can live somewhere else, just not here. Tammy's right, we fight to survive. Tammy nods, grateful for the backup. I just want Echinacea to grow up somewhere safe, she says firmly, like we did. A peal of laughter rises from where Rex and Nomi are playing what looks like a competitive slapping game. Rex rubs his reddened cheek ruefully as Nomi rolls around on their back, kicking their legs in the air and giggling. Got you, I got you, too slow, too slow. They stop and beckon you over. Come here, Goops, they say. Promise we're not even talking about the war even a little bit. You take your seat back beside Rex and Nomi, and Rex claps you on the back. Well, we are a little bit, he confides. Mostly we're making fun of those guys. He jerks his thumb towards Vase and his group of friends, who wrangled themselves a live trippet and are skewering it to roast over a bonfire. You can hear its dying squeals from here, and as night falls, smell the sweet charred scent of it cooking. Why are they killing it while it's alive? These fucking sadists? They've always been kind of like this, Nomi shakes her head. Just like total human supremacists. See something you don't understand? Nomi makes laser guns with her fingers. Pew pew, all gone. Want something someone else has? Pew pew, all yours. They lean back on their hands and look up in the night sky. In dust, the wormhole looks peaceful and far away. I used to think me and Rex were like changelings. Like aliens beamed in and replaced two human babies with weirdos. The dancing and feasting continues well into the night while you pass the time with your friends in the peaceful faction. Knowing that the whole colony isn't into making soldiers and fighting Loom's war on nature makes you feel less alone. But you can't stop thinking about the governor's eyes as he crushed Utopia's hand today. So long as he's in charge, does it matter what anyone else wants? The week after Rtumnalia is one of the hottest since you landed. You're supposed to take time off for a much-needed break, but it's just so humid and awful and tempers are short. Shortly after the festival, you start seeing graffiti cropping up everywhere. Seems that a lively, if not particularly civil, conversation between the two factions is being held on the flat surfaces of the colony. Loom announces a zero-tolerance policy for political graffiti, but you notice that not every tag is being removed, just the ones against the war, of course. The atmosphere of the colony is oppressive, as thick as the choking dust itself. Everywhere you try to relax, people just want to talk about the war. To make matters worse, the sweltering nights are making your nightmares intense again.
You return to work feeling more stressed than before. Nomi is camped out in the lounge, their hollow pad screen spread out before them like a drawing tablet. In another screen, there's a collection of photos of a manicore. Nomi looks between the two screens, their brow furrowed in concentration as they scribble directly onto the screen with a stylus. What are you doing? Well, Nomi replies thoughtfully, I wanted to write an illustrated story about aliens, like in Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform, except using the Xenos here in Vertumna, like manicores and faceless and stuff. But they can talk, and instead of attacking the colony, they help people instead. That sounds cool. Thanks, Nomi chirps, scribbling happily at their drawing. I got the idea from the second Turbo Girl Hyperjet OVA, you know, the one where the Medusa demons show up and the aliens and the Turbo Girls have to band together to defeat their common enemy. I don't remember that part. Nomi looks up at you with a star. Oh, they exclaim. That reminds me. So, I'm trying to brush up on my Xeno anatomy and I'm totally fine with writing, but... They blow out a big breath, ruffling their bangs. I kind of haven't been here long enough to make sure it feels right, you know? To make it go pop. And I want to make sure I'm being, you know, sensitive about stuff I don't know a lot about. So I was wondering, could you help with some of the world building? Well, I can try. You spend an enjoyable afternoon helping Nomi with their story. When you're done, they give you a big hug and thank you profusely for your help. Let's see, what can I buy from the depot? Okay, I can buy that. Let's see, memories, gear, and change that to this. Now let's go to the swamp. Nemi is here to see you off in Vase. Well, she's mostly here for Vase. Be careful, hero, she says, kissing him enthusiastically. As she's in charge of her own defense squad, she rarely sees field work. I'll keep the colony safe while you're gone. I'm counting on you, Vase replies and gives her butt a squeeze. She giggles. Keep the home fires burning. I'll be back before you know it. Hey, I'm going into danger too. Vase rolls her eyes. Oh please, I could do this solo. He scoffs and holds Nemi. Isn't that right, Nemi? Well, Nemi says, running her finger over Vase's armor with a flirty smile. Maybe I should come with you someday, you know, to watch your back. Vase's smug smile stiffens. You think I can't handle myself? He says quietly. Here's the abuser coming out to play. Nemi's eyes go wide as she throws her arms around him. No, babe, she simpers. I just want to be with you. That's it. I'm sorry. Vase's hand tightens on her waist. That's more like it. Ew. My mouse is tangled up with my controller. Okay. There's a manicore here. $76. Do we dare? You and Vase hear a crashing, growling noise nearby. Two manicores are fighting. They're so invested in their battle, they don't even notice you approach. One of the manicores looks much older than the other. Its tail been short and it's mangy with old, tattered flowers. The younger one is in much better condition, but it's significantly smaller. Kill them both! That's a little root for the young one. You and Vase settle in to watch the fight. The young manicore has speed on its side and confuses the older one by snapping its tail in its face. Crack, crack! Like a whip, it lashes the elbow. Like a whip, it lashes the old one across the forehead. As the old one snaps his jaws in furious pain, the young one quickly darts in and lands a hit with his crab-like talons. You cheer quietly to yourself. Vase pumps his fist in triumph. Go, youth! But the old one has patience, stamina, and wisdom. It takes the hits, waiting until the young one starts to tire. It backs up every time the young one slashes until its haunches are braced against a tree. The young one, confident his foe can't escape, goes in for the kill. The old one has been conserving its energy for this moment. It pushes its back and feet against the tree and launches itself upwards, right on top of the young one, landing on its back. It tears ferociously at the young one's flanks. The fight is over in a moment. The older, half-tailed manicore is victorious over the clearing. The younger one tries to slink away, but collapses nearby, bleeding heavily from deep wounds in its sides. It looks like it won't get up again. Vase makes a gun-shooting gesture. He thinks you should kill them now. Let's kill them. Yeah, let's kill the manicores. Them scary. Huh. There. 11. I'm gonna have to give up. You kill the victor and turn to finish off the younger one. Wait, where did it go? It wasn't as incapacitated as you thought. It leaps on you from behind and stabs its needle foot through your shoulder. You howl in pain, alerting Vase, who scares it off. While it skulks away into the forest, Vase calls an emergency evac. Oof. That's not good. I want to stay here longer. Get away from that. Electrical storm. Shoot it with drone rifles instead. I'm not having an easy time with this. The swamp is flooded here and water has risen to almost completely cover the trees. The islands you make your way across are actually the tops of giant mushroom-topped trees, barely rising out of the marsh. The water is clearer than usual, so you can see down through the underwater canopy to the jungle beneath the surface. You think it's just marvelous to peer down at the underwater forest, but Vase is antsy and looking for something to fight. He scouts on ahead. You're hurrying to catch up when several muckwalkers come flopping out of it in front of you. They're twice as long as you are tall, smacking and slithering in your direction with hundreds of little fins. The creatures are slow and clumsy out of the water, but it doesn't really matter when they're that big. Uh-huh. 5. Plus 3. Damn. Once again defeated. Okay, let's make one of them bobber through. Push through! In their clumsiness, the muckwalkers seem more likely to crush or drown you than to actually eat you. Assuming that's what they're trying to do, it's hard to tell. You kill one, the other slithers off. They shows up just as you finish it off. Aw, he pouts. You have all the fun. Man, the combat ones just aren't enjoyable to me. It's because we're stuck with Vase and he's just an arrogant fool. Relax in the park. Your mother's white astrantia flowers are flourishing in the garden and everywhere else too. They've really taken to something in the soil here. You even seen them outside the walls. Something must be carrying their seeds out towards the wilderness. You're browsing the colony bulletin board on your HumbleBundle over breakfast when you notice a new post from Nomi. It seems to be a short story. The title is Xenos to the Rescue! Oh boy! You open the story and read through it. Actually, you think you and Nomi did okay. Sure, the premise of talking manicores is a little shaky, and Nomi doesn't really spend enough time establishing the characters' motivations, but it's still an entertaining read. You scroll through the comments. They're mostly supportive, if a little lukewarm, except for one. LMAO, this sucks! Xeno sucked my sweaty ball sack! Thank you, Vase. Thank you very much, Vase, for your insight. You spot Rex carrying supplies and big pieces of wood onto a huge tarped up section at the end of the lounge. He's making a bar. Go foraging. Haven't done that in a while. Fight it. +2 combat. Utopia has told you over and over to avoid dangerous xenofauna, but if you don't stop it, it might hurt somebody. And it could be edible? Maybe? You pull out your plas cutter and charge the beast. Your plas cutter slices through the creature's soft skin more easily than you expected, neatly removing a tentacle. It yelps in pain and collapses, whining and licking its wounds. You look into its dozen multifaceted eyes and see innocence and confusion. A toddler who skipped their nap. The beast falls asleep. Squidly feeders and chitters sadly and slinks away into the underbrush. Whoa. I just lost squiggly feet! No, okay. Oh my god, I thought for certain. That really scared me. You hear a rustle in the bushes. Let's follow it. What the heck? Let's just push through. Whisper back to the animal. Now that one's 0. Damn. -3. Met the goal. Bring them both back to Utopia. Glow soon! Glow soon! That's a collectible over here. Okay, I'm gonna bond. Relax in the park. Go foraging again. Wait for it to leave. Oh! Steal some eggs. You break a little hole in the cocoon and put 3 of the eggs in your bag. They're a little gooey. You hope they don't break. Use animal psychology. You turn to leave and come face to face with an adult Hawkeye. Understandably, it looks spin mad. It drums its powerful foot on the ground in warning, and 4 more pop out of undergrowth and start hissing at you. You should have known these sociable little creatures raised their young communally. Use animal psychology. You've learned from the Holopedia that the 2 different sets of eyes on a Hawkeye have different purposes. The large, bulging eyes on top are hardwired for perceiving danger, but their small, forward-facing ones are more concerned with finding food. If you're not food and you're not danger, you throw yourself onto your belly and wriggle away while the Hawkeyes stare at you curiously. When you're a safe distance away, they turn to poking at their violated nest in confusion. Hey dude. You're following an animal path through the underbrush when a change in the ambient noise makes you stop in your tracks and listen. You get the feeling you're not alone. By now you're getting used to the feeling of being watched. Tim, just take me to see the overseer. Tim steps out casually from behind a rock, a quizzical look on his aquiline face. You know about my boss? He asked. How is this possible? You tell him everything you can remember from your dreams. How his boss is the overseer in organic software that runs on the fungal network and operates as a practically sentient artificial intelligence. You describe the cave in detail and you say you want Sin to take you there. He's clearly taken aback, but it's impossible to deny that you do know what you're talking about. He agrees to take you to the overseer. Still a little wary, Sim leads you through the forest. Though you know him to be quite quick-witted, he is unusually quiet until you arrive at the cave you remember from your dreams. He crouches down to slide into a hidden opening under the roots of a tree. You follow, feeling strangely as if you're crawling into the belly of some animal. You emerge into a cave filled with the hum of strange machinery. A bank of ancient-looking control panels and a crystal tank of glowing liquid seem almost to have grown out of the natural rock. Mineral deposits from moisture trickling down the walls have reclaimed some of them. Sim leads you into a console. "This is the array," he says, pressing what seems to be buttons. "As you seem to already know, this body I wear is only a vessel. My consciousness is stored in the array. I return to it regularly, storing my body in the regeneration tank, while I back up what I've learned that day into the array. Physical forms are prone to injury and death," Sim says quietly. "It is temporary but highly unpleasant. Therefore, the Overseer prefers to remain in the array." Sim directs you to two weirdly fungal growths. "Please take hold of these interface handles." You cautiously touch the handles and say, "I'm with the Overseer. Bodies are icky."
The fluids are the worst part. I can't stand when they leak.
A strange presence speaks in your head. "Oh yeah, you remember this part." You can feel the Overseer pause and a sensation in your mind that reminds you of someone clearing their throat.
"I am the Overseer," the voice continues. "I speak for the gardeners. We will now show you what we are."
"Wait, I already know all this." You quickly describe what you remember from your dreams. You've been here in a previous life. You heard all about the gardeners, their origin, and their mission to protect the planet. You can feel the Overseer's disappointment.
"Ah, well then, as you already know, most gardeners would prefer to stamp you humans out like encroaching weeds,"
the Overseer says without malice.
"Indeed, we have tried using ecologically compliant organic methods. We are impressed at your tenacity to withstand these eradication procedures.
The yearly attacks, the famine, the pollen, not random natural occurrences at all, but gardeners' tactics to encourage the eradication of pests.
But you have already seen, or is it dreamed, of this meeting and convinced symbiosis to bring you to me. You are worthy of at least communicating with. You present us with a quandary. You come from the stars, refugees of a catastrophe of your own design, one that you are intent to recreate here on a planet which still bears the scars of the last time it was used carelessly. So we ask, what are we to do with you?"
Humans can change. Help us. Ah, yeah, I forgot about that. 12!
"So we teach you your kind to be stewards of nature," the Overseer replies. "Perhaps your children take up the mantle as well as your children. But soon you are dead as are your children's children. Generations pass. No one alive remembers the time the gods and earths came to the humans and taught them the proper way to live. And now there are too many of you to teach and your behavior too entrenched. What then? Genocide?"
You have no answer. There is silence in your head and you only hear the sound of water trickling down the cave walls and the gentle hum of the machines. Eventually the Overseer speaks in your mind one last time.
"For now you may leave freely. We will consider this quandary, and we will be monitoring you and the other humans."
You feel a strange pull at your consciousness as you remove your hands from the interface.
"There you have it," Sim murmurs. "That is my boss."
Your boss needs to get out more. Sim huffs like he's afraid to laugh. He walks over and runs his hands over the consoles.
"And now you know how to connect to the array," he says quietly. "But you should not come here unless I am with you."
Sim takes her hands and looks at you solemnly.
"When you interface with the array, you hold everything we are in your hands. It takes a great deal of negotiating to convince my fellow gardeners to trust you with this power. Please do not prove this trust mistaken."
Take a closer look at Sim. It's only fair that you observe Sim in the same manner that he often observes you, intently and while hidden behind a tree. You pretend to leave, then double back and watch him from a short distance away. You hope you'll see what he does when you aren't around. Sim looks like a human, if an alien had to draw a human entirely from written description. Too tall, too long, his eyes too black, his whole posture too weirdly attentive. His hair is the most interesting part. So perfectly kept for someone who seems to live in the wilderness. And sometimes you swear it moves in ways hair shouldn't, like the first time you saw a time-lapse video of a flower turning towards the sun. You watch in silence for nearly 10 minutes, but Sim does absolutely nothing. He tilts his head like he's listening to the wind. Then he leans over to stare at a random patch of grass for far too long. Eventually, he turns to stare straight at the spot you're hiding. He purrs. Do you like what you see, sugar bug? You know I do. Sim smiles coyly. Good, he replies. He tosses his long hair over his shoulder and extends his hands, baring himself for your inspection. It is not a crime to be curious, he says. Why, I find myself very curious about you. You look your fill now that he's offered. You find yourself constantly drawn back to his deep silver eyes and the hypnotic motion of his hair, and within moments you find yourself more relaxed. Sim's faint smile fills your vision, blanking out the rest of your senses. Do not be alarmed, he says. His voice sounds like it's coming from the bottom of a well. I have the ability to induce a mild sedative effect in organic creatures. I find it useful in reducing their cortisol levels so that I may tend to them more easily. If you find it soothing, I'd be happy to use it on you at your request. You have simply to ask. Take an even closer look at Sim. This time you'll catch Sim doing something weird and alien. You send a survey drone to follow him and watch through your holopalm as he heads into the forest. He comes to a still pond and crouches by it, staring intently into the water. Then with a flick of his wrist, he snatches an eel from the depths and bites its head clean off. Then he looks up at the drone and gives you a jaunty wave as if he knew it was there all along. Wait, does Sim usually eat raw living animals? Or was he just doing it because he knew you were trying to catch him doing something weird? Sim sighs as you approach. I've been reviewing the impact of your expedition's team in the reach of South here, he says. I know they mean well, but taking samples and tromping all over the biosphere is wreaking havoc on my work. He crosses his arms. I may be able to protect you from a manticore, but when it comes to protecting humanity from judgment, my hands are tied. Could you help me calm down? Of course, Sim murmurs, stepping into your space. His cool hands alight on your cheeks, tilting your head to look in his eyes. Within moments, you feel the burdens of your day lift off your shoulders, like a balloon floating away into the sky. Your consciousness reasserts itself sometime later, and you find yourself held in Sim's long arms. You blink away the brain fog and pull yourself together, thanking him for the experience. Sim smiles. It was my pleasure, Goops. Stay safe out there. I think I'm going in a circle. This way. You come across not just one Breaky, but a whole swarm of them. Mostly just baby ones about the size of your head. Fight them. Maybe they aren't so bad? Some blep. Utopia. The paths are narrow and in constant need of repair. There's a team working here trying to repair where one of the jelly arches has collapsed and covered the path in 30 centimeters of sticky goop. Utopia waves you over. Hi Goobs, can you give us a hand? We can't get vehicles through here until this is cleared, and it's gonna take all day. You might have a better plan. Using biology. Woohoo! Win! Oh yeah, you've seen this stuff desiccated in low humidity like in dust. Oh. Already done that before. But this is Right way. Pick them all! You come across a huge field of flowers. Most are teensy pink ones, but some are beautiful big yellow ones. You check the holopedia. Looks like they're a brand new species. They don't even have a name. They need a name like butter dandies, even though they look neither like buttercups nor dandelions. Honestly, they kind of look more like spitting cobras than anything else. Pick them all! You notice there's a distinct difference between the blooms. As you watch insects buzz from flower to flower, you notice they leave a trail of slightly more pinched-looking specimens. The pollinated ones will likely close up and be shriveled by morning. With this knowledge, you pick 3 healthy, unpollinated beauties. A herd of float cow are grazing nearby. You watch them peacefully bob along, occasionally releasing streams of urine or clouds of helium to maintain a steady height. Try to capture one. And last hand. Yeah, I'll try this. Looks like I'm giving up. Ad starts in 1 minute. You stumble upon another squeeger hive queen and her multitude of wriggling, oozing children. Let's try and wait in and harvest some sap. Not making the goal. There's a manicore. Approach the Vriki. Six. Oh. Push through. 5 stress. The Vriki runs up your leg. It's a giant spider-like thing, and it's got weird tentacles and get it off! The urge to dance around and shake it off is almost uncontrollable, but you manage to keep your cool. The Vriki tastes you with its tentacle feeler legs, but it doesn't look interested in causing you harm. It pokes at your backpack trying to get in, then gives up and scurries off. Now that was eventful. And it's glow. Time to chill out. Any collectibles? Nope. Not that I can see. Let's to relax on the walls with discs. You find Tangent in engineering and set down the bag of squelchy, goopy hot-eye eggs. Her eyes go wide. "You found them!" she exclaims. "That's wonderful. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten all about my request." I did forget! Imagine! If I just left it alone, I wouldn't have finished this event for Tangent. She reaches for the eggs but stops. Wait, what is that sound? Are they... They are! You hear a wet cracking sound coming from the bag. You're about to witness the miracle of life, Vertumnan style. What do? Analyze the process. You pull out your hollow palm and prepare to take notes. Why miss this opportunity? You and Tang watch and wonder as the gel-like shell of the largest hot-eye egg splits like a ripe melon in the sun, spilling out a tiny squirming pink baby in a small puddle of amniotic fluid. You watch the last two eggs intently, but through the clear eggshells, you can't see any movement inside at all, and not even a heartbeat. It's okay, Tang says. We only need one. The tiny hot-eye is on its feet, within minutes, taking cautious little hops on the sleek surface of the lab bench. Magnificent, Tangent says, keeping the palm-sized hot-eye from falling off the table. I expected them to be helpless at birth, like kittens or birds, not already moving around like an undulate. Incredible. Can't wait to study it. No, I'm keeping it. You're going to what? Yeah, I'm gonna keep it. It's mine now. I'm gonna call it Hop Solo this time. A vagabond, a scoundrel, a ruffian with a heart of gold. Does that make you Goops Baka? You pick up your baby Hop Solo and hold it to your chest. Better be careful with it. You're a parent now. Ridiculous. You're heading to bed when the sirens begin to wail, heralding the beginning of the yearly xenofauna attack. Outside your window, you see the soldiers begin to form up. This year, Nemi is heading up her own squad. You see her red hair bobbing along with the others as she rushes to defend the walls. Rush out after her. Nemi looks at you in surprise, but nods when she sees you're ready to fight. Someone hands you a plasma rifle and you join her squad on the walls. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Nemi and watch the Xenos mass on the far side of the fire break. Look at them all, she says darkly. They just keep coming, more and more every year. What are they even waiting for? Why don't they just attack already? She shoots a look at the rest of her squad, all of them Helios, mostly young adults like you, and lowers her voice. I just want to get it over with, you know? She confides in you. These Helios learned to march before they could walk. I want to prove I can handle myself as well as they can. She runs her fingers down the barrel of her plasma rifle, where she stenciled the name Kombucha. A lowing from the forest draws your attention back to the enemy line. The wall of animals is approaching in eerie unison, their footsteps drumming a rumbling tattoo across the ground. My mouse fell. Nemi clutches her rifle tightly. Okay, here goes. The animals approach the wall at a steady pace, but stop short of the walls. Instead, they mill around outside the colony near the garrison. In the eerie silence, you hear the sudden crackle of plasma rifle fire and a flying creature falls to the ground. You hear Security Chief Ref from his post on the wall, telling his squad to hold their fire. His voice rings through the still, expectant air. The Xenos are just standing there. Then, an explosion rocks through the colony, the shockwave hitting you like a physical blow, and then the heat right after, like walking into a wall of fire. You're pelted with debris raining down from the sky. A column of smoke billows from a burning section of wall near the garrison. From the thick belt of shock that ripples through the colony, you can't imagine it was on purpose. Nemi recovers first, letting out a strangled war cry. Those assholes, she yells. They knew our weakest point? How? She gestures to the flood of Xenos pouring through the gaping hole in the wall. There, she orders. Protect the gate. Shoot them from the walls. Okay, well, I have bad news. My combat might be high, but I don't got good cards. So, we're gonna lose. Okay, let's try a different hand. Yeah, like I said, do not have good hands. Oh, push through. The Xenos pour through the smoking hole in the wall, wave after wave of creatures of all sizes. Fist-sized insects all the way up to megafauna like bush bubs and muckwalkers, great lumbering beasts the likes of which you've never seen. The largest ones soak up the gunfire and smash through the defenders on the ground, while the smaller, faster creatures make for the ship and the geoponics domes. As your squad is getting in the rhythm of defense, Governor Loom storms up the steps. You can see the whites all around his furious eyes as he grabs both you and Nemi by your shirt fronts, almost hauling you off your feet. "Which one of you did it?" he growls. "Which one of you set the bomb?" "Sorry, that was Dis. I wasn't there to tell him to not set the bomb. Sorry." Awkward. "Well, it wasn't us," Nemi exclaims, clutching Loom's forearm. Loom releases you with a snarl. "It had to be an inside job. Someone with access to the garrison. One of you strato-colonists," he spits. "You're all traitors to humanity." He looks burned, possibly badly. Parts of his uniform are still smoldering. You wonder if he and his squad were near the explosion, if people are dead because of it. He rounds on Nemi. "Give me command of your squad," he orders. "I'm taking them down to the courtyard to engage the enemy directly. I took a chance on you, Anemone, but you can't be trusted just like the rest of them." My squad?" Nemi stammers. She looks conflicted. Loom is the governor and outranks her as a soldier, but he's Loom. His plan is bound to be dangerous or even suicidal. The rest of the squad are Helio-born, yes, but they're also just teenagers like you. "Don't you need us up here supporting defenders from the walls?" she chances to suggest. "Let's ask the security chief." Nemi looks relieved. "Yeah, let me just check with Ray, okay? He might need us. Let me just check." Loom nods her forward, and Nemi steps away to confer with Red over here speak. When she returns, she looks unsure. "He says you can't order a bunch of kids into the worst part of the fighting just because you think it'll look cool," she repeats. "He wants us to stay on the walls." Loom throws his hands in the air in disgust. "He's in on it too!" he exclaims. "If you planned this mutiny together, you're all getting put on a firing squad when this is over." This spurs your Helio squad mates into action. They abandon Nemi and follow the governor down into the courtyard below. You and Nemi remain on the wall, providing ranged support for those fighting below. The air is thick with smoke and chaos, but when it clears, you can tell that, against all odds, the defenders have regained the upper hand. The courtyard is littered with bodies, human and Xeno both, and in the distance, you can see that the geoponics domes are shattered and part of command is on fire. The colony was staggered by the explosion, the attack from within. Sorry about that. I forgot that Dis was gonna do that. In the quiet following the battle, the colony comes out of hiding to gather in the courtyard, surveying the damage. Governor Loom is on the warpath. "I'll find who did it and I'll have their goddamned head," he yells. "I want every single strata lined up and questioned. Those were our explosives. I want to know who set that goddamn bomb." You and everyone from the strata are hauled inside and questioned on your whereabouts prior to the attack. Everyone, that is, except Dis. He's nowhere to be found, dead or alive. Start age 19. Last year. Look! I have 2 pets this time! Look at that! This is beautiful. This is just what I wanted. I wanted more pets, but this'll do. This is no longer here. Might be worth it to like go back. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get him to not do that. Oh, this is the wrong save. I have 2 animals with me. Okay, glow. Where is this? Right here. Oh, he hates cake. There's no way to convince him not to set the bomb because we don't have high enough friendship with this. Oh well. Hopefully he didn't die. Okay, let's chill out. You play with your Hop-Eye Hop Solo while you hang out in the gardens. They're pretty well behaved, never straying too far into the underbrush and always coming back when you call their name. Another Hop-Eye shyly approaches out of the long grass. Your Hop-Eye goes totally still, then lets out a happy chitter and bounces off to greet the stranger. They touch noses, then hop around each other twice. They disappear for a few minutes into the underbrush, and long enough that you begin to get concerned. Finally, Hop Solo bounces back to you and nuzzles against your leg. They want to be picked up and cuddled, so you pop them underneath your shirt and carry them like a baby the rest of the way. The investigation into the bombing during the glow attack continues all month. Governor Loom and his goons can't find a way to pin it on any of the Stratus, and over time people come to accept that this was probably the culprit. The rumor doesn't make anyone feel better, but it does take the heat off the others, including yourself. As usual for this time of year, your dreams have been vibrant and invasive. You have trouble distinguishing dream from reality during the day, and you dread falling asleep at night. Huh? How did that Hop-Eye get into your bedroom? Wake yourself out of this dream. You resist the temptation to chase a little Hop-Eye and instead lay back in bed, telling yourself to wake up. Wake up! It works. Milky quiet sunlight pours through your window, flakes of bromide snow piling up against the glass. You feel as tired as you went to bed. It's your birthday. You're 19 years old, only one more year as a teenager. Assistant Medbay. How's my engineering looking? Not good. So, let's continue in Medbay. You're in engineering very late today. You're starting to nod off and consider packing up for the night. You see Tangent and Instance leave their lab without locking the door. They're heading back towards the living quarters. Usually they're so cautious, but it's late and they must be very tired to have forgotten. They've been working on something together in secret. Do you want to find out? Checking to make sure the coast is clear, you slip into their office. It's just off the medbay and every flat surface is dedicated to experiments. The whiteboard is covered in dense scribbles and diagrams, and the garbage bin is filled with wrappers of discarded soy meal replacements. It smells like stale coffee and sleep deprivation in here. Their holoscreen terminal is still active. It seems strange that they left it on. You get the feeling that maybe they weren't done for the night. You'll have to be quick. Examine the whiteboard. It's a disorganized mess of scientific shorthand and half-finished diagrams, not yet polished enough to be entered into the official lab holo record. You see a lot of important notes, but very few relevant ones. There's so much noise to signal, it's hard to make sense of. Give up. You're getting nervous. There's the computer. You tap through the file structure on the lab computer. There are some encrypted files, but nothing obvious like one named Instance Evil Plan Final 2. Darn, guess it's not as easy as they make it look on the holovids. They caught you. Coops, Tang says, flicking on the light. What are you doing in here? This is private. Tang and Instance are blocking your exit from the room, carrying steaming mugs and wearing identical suspicious expressions. Crap, they were just getting some tea from the cafeteria. Ooh. This is pretty good. Look, I don't have enough good cards for this either. Give up. I don't care why you were in here, Instance replies. She looks angry but dangerously calm. This is trespassing. I'll be reporting your conduct to the governor. Oof. How low is my friendship with Tang now? She might break up with me. Okay, let's just reload. You finished packing up your work. No need to snoop, right? As you exit the engineering wing, you pass them coming back from the cafeteria. Looks like they were only gone for a minute. You chose wisely, this time. They nod their heads at you as you pass, then disappear into their office and shut the door behind them. And let's work in Med Bay. Push 3. No. Push 45. You're cleaning the medbeds when an explosion rocks the ship. Shockwaves reverberate through the walls, sending all of the lab instruments clinking, and causing the Stratos' busted-up skeletons to groan around you. What the? Instance says, cut off by the sound of the fire alarm. Within minutes, the medbay is carefully controlled chaos. An explosion in one of the engineering labs has hurt 5 people, but you only have 2 medbeds. You and Instance triage the wounded, getting the 2 worse-off patients into the medbeds and doing what you can for the others. What did you expect? Instance yells at the one she's working on as she ties a tourniquet. As chief engineer, she probably feels defensive. You need to be more careful when working on this old tech. The engineer you're assigned to help looks pale, even though the burn on his leg isn't serious. He's sweating, but his skin is cold and clammy to the touch. You tell Instance, who just glances over. Some people get squeamish at the sight of their own blood. Patch him out and get him out of here. There are more serious wounds that need tending. Take a closer look at him. As you bandage the engineer's leg, you talk to him. His breath is hitching and he keeps rubbing his shoulder, sweating a lot. You ask if he's nervous around doctors and he says no, but he feels strange right now and isn't sure why. On a hunch, you scan him with a heart monitor. It immediately beeps. This man is having a heart attack. You butt him into the top of the queue for the medbeds and stand back while the bed adjusts his heart rhythm. It detects a narrow artery that could cause a blockage under stress and asks if you would like to fix it now. You press yes. Wow, easy. Dr. Instance glances at you. Didn't I tell you to discharge? She stars, then looks at the monitor. Ah, she says, momentarily humbled. Good catch, Goops. You're welcome. Push through, 40 stress. Now it's time to go chill out. You and Cal go for a walk with your Hop Eye. Hop solo. Cal loves the little creature, and they love him right back. They must instinctively know that Cal is a safe person. Cal scratches Hop Solo's chin.
You're so lucky to have a little friend.
You can feel your Hop Eye starting to trust you more. They're still pretty skittish, and you don't want to see what those claws in the end of their foot can do, but they seem a lot more relaxed in your presence. You're petting it when it starts to chitter at you in agitation. Whoops! What's wrong, Hop Solo? It flips over on his back and wiggles, its lighter stomach fur looking impossibly soft and enticing. Do you dare? Or is it a trap? Challenge! Oh! Why is this so difficult? They set me up for failure just now. Damn it. What's the worst that could happen? You gently scratch your fingers to the rough on Hop Solo's chest. They put up with it for a few seconds, then wrap their tail around your arm and bite your fingers. Ouch! It's a good thing they're so cute. Almost done with the game. Let's go foraging again. Let's climb up it. You climb up onto one of the big flat leaves, surprised it can actually support your weight. Neat! You get high enough out of the fog to see the whole area. It's very pretty, but nothing else happens. Okay, let's try this again. Push through. We'll get the sap this time. You get in there and squeeze out some jelly from one of the Hive Queen's many holes, somehow managing not to get sprayed too badly by her acid. Some lands in your arm and the back of your hand and sizzles briefly, but you keep your calm long enough to escape with your bounty. You decide to take a shortcut through the jungle to a path you were sure was just up ahead, and now you're lost. Everything looks the same here. Oh God, tell me about it. If there are no landmarks, you know that I am getting lost. Straight up lost. Everything looks the same here. The plants are too high to see any landmarks, and you swear some of them move around when you aren't looking. You try to check your positioning with your holopalm, but the damn thing isn't working, and won't connect to long-range communications either. Typical. Utopia did warn you the comms were flaky out here. You think you could tell north from the position of the two suns, but that's it. Orienteer way out of here. You climb a tree and chart a path through the wilderness from above, but that information in your holopalm navigating to the nearest landmark is a breeze. Nearest landmark is Symbiosis. Identify the mushrooms. Well, shit. Okay, push through now. +2 perception, +2 biology. You can tell I'm getting tired. You spot Cal heading towards the barns at the far end of the farms. Hiya, Goops, he waves. What's going on?
Oh, nothing, Cal says. Just thinking about, well...
He trails off and scuffs his foot in the dirt.
I guess it's not like you can get me in trouble now, so... Yeah, I used to have a pet. She was like a little pink caterpillar. I called her Socks. She lived in a trunk of the storage barn. Nobody knew. He scrubbed the back of his arm over his face. But she didn't stay little forever. Eventually she got big, like real big, and I couldn't figure out what to feed her, so she ran away.
Cal sighs and looks wistfully up at the sky.
Just hope she's doing okay wherever she is.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to Hops. I need 80 reasoning. Nowhere close to that. Just had sex in the quarters. Cool. What do we do next? Gotta go play with our little hop solo. That's what we're gonna do. Oh, help him with the animals. Your dad is running some kind of test on the trippets. He's playing different chords and trying to see if they have language or just making instinctive animal calls. You help them by holding up random objects and trying to determine if their sounds map to any understanding of what they're seeing.
They're either seeing kill all humans or linguini sports ball, your dad says, staring at the readout on his hollow palm. I just can't be sure.
Relax in the park. You feel your hot eye starting to trust you more. They're still pretty skittish, and you don't want to see what those claws at the end of their foot can do, but they seem a lot more relaxed. Oh. It's the same challenge as last time. Okay, hold up. Let's get an animals one. Here. Okay, let's try this. Still 106. Might have some more luck this time, though. Okay, that was 30. I don't think so. How many of these do I have? Okay. 4, 5, 6. Oh, push 5. You're too smart to fall for this trick. After a few moments, Hop Solo seems to lose interest. They spot a bug circling lazily overhead and flip back onto their over onto their foot, chittering as they begin to track it with their 4 blinking eyes. Okay, let's go back. I feel like in order to complete the combat ones, you have to become a sadist at a really early age. Sim nods as you approach. Just the human I wanted to see, he says with a solemn smile. The overseer would like to speak to you again? Sim leads you to the same cave as before. Nothing has changed, and you get the impression that nothing much does change here. You place your hands on the handles of the array and wait.
We have thought over our conversation.
You feel the overseer in your mind. We consider that symbiosis may be corrupt and in need of reabsorption, but his affection for your species is genuine.
So we have an offer to make you.
Humans wield godlike powers but lack the capacity to understand the consequences of their actions, the overseer explains. You have no connection to the land you claim beyond the short, brutal window of your own consciousness. Our offer is this. We will not eradicate your colony. Instead, you will be tended to just as the gardeners tend to the rest of the planet. You will be given fresh water, clean air, and good soil, and be protected from outside harm. In exchange, humans will stay within their colony and limit their population growth so as to maintain the balance within the habitat. You will not leave this territory to procure more resources. You will cease all hunting, logging, and expansion outside of your valley. What, like a human nature reserve? More or less, the overseer responds. You are a curiosity to us as well as a sentient species. We would like to preserve you without endangering the ecological balance of the planet. Now you will go and convince the others of your species to agree to our compromise. I'll try my best. You say you don't know if there's any way to convince Governor Loom to agree to this. The overseer seems to accept this. An envoy will visit in glow season to discuss it formally, he replies. To be clear, an armed envoy. We suggest making yourselves look non-threatening by then. Tim gives you a slight smile. That seems like it went well, he says. I fought hard for them to consider options other than eradication. I'm glad my trust in you was correct. As Sim leads you back to the surface, you quietly wonder at him. This man, or rather this ancient artificial intelligence resembling a man, has pushed his directives to the limit to help humanity. His interest started with mere curiosity, but over time he's come to love humans and value your survival. Has he made a mistake? Here, I brought you something. Have some cake. A cake! Sim exclaims. A most wonderful human invention. He turns it around in his hand, sniffs it, then takes a fingerful of frosting and puts it in his mouth. Fantastique! He shouts again as he hands the cake back to you. I enjoyed that immensely. I hope the others you share it with will like it as much as I did. Help me calm down. I believe that's it with symbiosis. Okay, I have to go convince people. But I don't know how to do that, honestly. Feast of berry bushes. My biology is maxed out, I just realized. Let's push through. Oh, these purple berries? They're not even in the Holopedia as berries. They're some kind of explosive seed pod. You take a few steps back, careful not to set one off. Harvest them. As soon as you get your hand around one of the fist-sized berries, you hear a pop and feel a rush of heat against your face. These aren't berries, these are exploding seed pods. Literally. You stop, drop, and roll to beat out the tiny flickers of fire on your coats. You're lucky it wasn't worse. Enhance your DNA and engineering? I get an extra enhancement? Let's pick them all. Pick all the flowers. Let's push through. Governor Loom enters the colony square to his customary bombastic fanfare. Brass bands, red carpet, banners with the Heliopause logo snapping in the hot dust breeze. It's inspiring. The governor gets his usual tithe of applause from die-hard soldiers, but it's obvious how tired and fearful everyone has become in service to his war. You catch Mars's attention, and she rolls her eyes and makes a gagging motion. Cal looks sullen and withdrawn, refusing, along with the rest of Geoponics, to give Loom any applause. The governor raises his hands for silence, though it's largely unnecessary. Pioneers of Vertumna, he begins. We stand here today not shivering and quaking in fear, but with our hands around the neck, he makes a ringing gesture, of the planet herself. Before he can continue, Mars leaves from her seat and runs to the crowd in front of the stage. A ripple of fear goes through the crowd. You all remember what happened to Utopia last year. It doesn't have to be like this, she cries, speaking to the crowd. We don't have to listen to him. He's just a bully with a gun, like the ones on when we left behind on Earth. Watch in delight. She turns to the council. Why are you just sitting there? Come on, aren't you going to do anything? The council look at each other. Res seems unmoved, and Utopia shrinks into herself, holding her hand to her chest. Aunt Anne looks concerned, but fearful of Loom. Instance is grim, and Seek just waits to see what happens. Only your mom looks enthusiastic, but she wisely looks around at the others and doesn't voice her support. Given that Loom's already hostile towards her, she'd be risking too much. Loom gestures sharply to his guards, and Mars is seized and taken out of sight. In the uncomfortable silence that follows, the governor strides to the front of the stage and looks down on the crowd. As I was saying, you can trust me to lead this colony and humanity into a new era, he says. An era of peace and prosperity, where we no longer need to fear the creatures that come out into the night. He raises his fist to the sky. This planet is rich, he cries. It is the earth we were promised, unscarred by the mistakes of our forefathers. Here, we will become what humanity has always strived to become, caretakers of a new garden, children of a new earth. People cheer, spurred on by Loom's display of dominance. Loom looks upon the crowd with pride. Pioneers, we're so close, he says. Soon this planet will be ours, and all her riches and wonders with it. But first, he continues, we need to adapt to the harsh realities of our current world. He gestures at the council. I know you all love your council, but it's time we thought about the future. We need to guard the colony leadership, he says with some disdain, against sudden upheavals, deaths, imprisonments, and the like. I've decided to instate a second position for each state on the council, he announces. Loom explains that every council member will take an official second in command. Seconds will be trained in the running of the department and will be ready to take over the department should the worst happen during an attack. The council looks concerned. Is this how Loom begins to cycle out the colonial government with a veneer of legitimacy? Applicants must have spent a minimum amount of time in that department and will be judged by the council based on their relevant skills, though Loom will likely argue hard for his Helio appointees. You scribble your name on the ballot for... Well, this is no longer there, so I have no clue who's going to become the second surveyor. Second cultivator. Your mom gives you a business-like nod as you put your name on the ballot. She's proud of you, but keenly aware that her showing favoritism would be a bad idea. You probably won't get any help from her. The council discusses all the nominees at length, then you win! You're a second cultivator now. Your mom assures you that you didn't just win because of nepotism. You're the best person for this job. When the voting is concluded, Seek announces the names of those newly appointed seconds. The crowd cheers for you when Seek reads out your name as second cultivator. You don't recognize the Helia appointed to second administrator. It must be one of Loom's people. Vase is appointed to second security officer under Rhett. He gives a little speech essentially congratulating himself and promising to single-handedly win this war. Tangent stands proudly in her rightful place as chief engineer's instance's side as her second. The steward of the heliopods joins Aunt Anne as her much-needed second steward. There's a lot of babies in the colony now, and someone has to help take care of them. Uncle Tony comes out of retirement to rejoin expeditions, this time as Utopia's second surveyor. After the politicking is over, the crowd adjourns to the feast tables and, eventually, the dance floor. The sun set on the long day, the heat breaks, and the party continues well into the night. After the festivities, it's straight back to work as usual. Everyone complains. You usually get at least a few days off after Vertumnalia, but Loom reminds the colony that it's only a few short months before the next attack. Your dreams begin to increase in intensity as the wormhole draws closer to the planet, filled with terrifying and confusing visions. A feeling of urgency dogs your steps like you're running out of time. How the heck do I convince them of anything? I'm looking around for someone to talk to. Oh, 8 minutes left in the stream. Okay, maybe I should, Oh, wait. There's an egg here. I relax. Huh? Oh. Rip. Well, I can't do anything, so that's it. No clue how to convince anyone. Hello, my little dudes. Spend some time with Tangent. I want to break up with you. Tinker with your DNA. Of all the people in the colony, you understand genetics the best. Besides Dr. Instance, probably. He trusts you to attend to the gene tech machine. With access to a machine like this, you could give yourself a new genetic enhancement. Sure, you probably shouldn't mess with your genome too much in vivo, but one little change couldn't hurt. Of course I want to. I decide to install... absorbent brain. Kids learn fast because their brains are like sponges, but when people get older, they can't absorb as much new stuff. Not for you anymore. You're always learning and your curiosity knows no end. It's a tricky process, much more complicated than modifying the malleable stem cells of an embryo. You wouldn't risk doing it again, but this time it works out. Dr. Instance knows what you've done, but you take her silence as tacit proof of your risky experiment. Okay. Let's go, assist in medbay. Or study engineering. You're on break from your work in engineering, catching up on colony social media when Tank sits beside you and clears her throat. The frown line between her eyebrows is a permanent feature these days, but today it's out in force. I need to talk through a problem I'm having, she says without preamble. A science problem? Tank nods. Yes, exactly. Usually I would talk through a blockage with Concurrence, she continues, but Concurrence's database is being recompiled this week, and she's only functional at 10% capacity read-only. At that point, the literal human is better at logic. You're the only person I can think of who I trust with this kind of thing. Sure, I'll help. Tang launches into an explanation of the problem she's having. Luckily, she doesn't require much from you except a friendly ear. You chime in with what you hope are helpful questions, leading her down different thought experiments that cause her to rethink the original problem, each of which she takes the time to explain with more passion than you thought Tang was capable of. From what you can gather, it has to do with inclusion bodies and cytoplasmic aggregates, and capsid proteins and electron refractile particles. It's uber technical stuff. So you're working with viruses? Yes, precisely, Tang says. Please, you're keeping up. So, as I was saying, the more you hear, the more you're sure of it. Chief Engineer Instance and Tang's secret project. The thing they've been working on behind closed doors for years is an engineered disease. A designer virus targeting only native vertumnant creatures. That's the only reason Tang could be asking these kinds of questions. You ask to see her notes on the subject, and she pulls them up in her hollow palm to show you. Yes, you're sure of it. If what they're working on is successful, it'll affect almost all fauna of Vertumna, from tiny hotbys to the terrible faceless. You surreptitiously record a copy of her notes on your own hollow palm. This is really groundbreaking stuff. If the chief engineer thinks this is a good thing to be researching, then it must be fine for Tang, and by extension you, to be working on. They must know what they're doing. Tang thanks you for your input and leaves, looking slightly more in control of her situation. That's a bad idea. Bad idea. Plus 11 engineering, plus 4 reasoning. Woo! Tang seems especially troubled today, so you invite her on a long walk around the inner wall. That's Tang's thing, thinking walks. She's touched that you know her that well. She talks in fitful bursts, then lapses into long silences. Finally, she stops and puts her hand on the wall like she's bracing herself. Goobs, something's been bothering me, she says, clenching her other hand at her side. She collects her words with great difficulty. Is it morally defensible to do something that people wouldn't approve of if you're doing it in their best interests? What if you don't have a choice? I know about the engineered plague. Tang smiles, though it doesn't reach her eyes. It was only a matter of time, I suppose, she said. What? Oh my god. Fuck. Damn it. Yeah, let's do this. Go all the way back. I need... What's your friendship like? 84. Uh-huh. What does she like? Can't just like medicinal roots. Okay, how about this cake? Okay, now I'll go over here. Relax in the park. What's our friendship like? It's at 85 now. Let me go see if I can't find some additional routes. Wait, there's no point. Tinker with your DNA. Uh-huh. I will assist in medbay instead. Oh, never mind. Okay, I can't do anything about that. Unfortunate for me. Oh, our friendship is at 90 now. Hank smiles, though it doesn't reach her eyes. It was only a matter of time, I suppose, she says quietly. Sometimes it seems like you know everything that goes on in the colony. Thank you again for your help, she continues. You really were instrumental in overcoming several hurdles, whether you knew it or not. As your friend, please don't do it. As my friend, Hank replies incredulous. A real friend would understand why you have to do this. I have to protect Dr. Instance. I have to protect the colony. She pushes herself off the wall and starts walking away from you. A few paces away, she stops and her shoulders slump. I don't want to do this, Scoops, she says miserably. If I don't help Instance, though, Loom is going to kill her. The colony needs her. I need her. I don't know what I'd do without her. She sighs. I don't know. Maybe we can convince him to stop? Tank scrubs her hands against her eyes and turns to you. She looks so impossibly tired, and for a moment, as young as she really is, Loom is forcing us to work on the virus, she says. I don't know what to do. I'll find a way to convince him. But there's a command to put a stop to the chief engineer's genocidal plan. Hang will back you up. Get this fruit. He's the only person, huh? Oh, where is Loom? Bring the Overseer's deal to Governor Loom. Governor Loom is staring into space, but snaps out of it as you enter the room.
What is it, colonist?
Tell him about the Overseer's offer. Loom rolls his eyes.
Goobs, buddy. There is no sentient life on Vertumna. We're it. Whatever you've seen out there, it's not like us. We're the rightful rulers of this planet, he continues. I'm not going to let some old garbage computer program stand between us and our destiny. He clenches his fist. We'll find a way to destroy them.
They're more dangerous than you think.
Never doubt humanity's strength, Goobs, he grins coldly. It's a good thing I'm the governor of this colony, not some coward like one of you Stratus.
He dismisses you, but he might have a point. Deposing him as governor would solve a lot of problems. You know Mars would be on board. Damn. Here, have a flower. Could have stopped Tangent's secret project. Tangent goes with you to confront Governor Loom. She looks scared. Loom is alone in the bridge. This is your chance to try to convince him to change course on his genocidal virus. Loom looks up from his hollow palm when you enter.
What is it? He snaps. I'm busy.
Tangent raises her chin and takes a breath to steady her nerves beside you. You hope she's still willing to go through with this. You tell Governor Loom that you know everything about the bioengineered plague he intends to unleash upon the planet. How you pressed Instance and Tangent into creating it under threat of death, and how it will kill every living thing on Vertumna. Loom listens intently, his face growing colder as you speak. When you're done, he gives you a stern look.
You don't understand what you're talking about, Goobs, he says. I'm the governor here. I make the decisions, not you.
But I have evidence. I'll tell everyone. You show him what you found in Instance's lab. All of her notes and recordings, even her personal logs about her concerns over how they haven't managed to find a way to neutralize the dangerous fauna without causing a complete ecological collapse. Liam's face goes red, but he's uncharacteristically somber.
I don't know how you got this, he says slowly, but it is damning. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
You stare at Loom. That's it? He gives you an exasperated look.
That means you can go, he orders. Leave before I change my mind and throw you in the brig on espionage charges.
You have averted what could only have been the complete destruction of Vertumnan ecosystem, and save Instance's life. You can breathe a little easier today. Did I really? It's gonna be glow soon, so I'll go and I have to go talk to the overseer, I think. And then I'll end the stream. You're walking up a trail when you're caught by surprise. It's Sim, and he's running? You're knocked to the side as he pushes past you, running in the opposite direction with barely a glance. You shout and chase after him, but after a few seconds it becomes clear you don't have a hope of finding Sim when he doesn't want to be found. You turn and continue along the path, and around the next bend you spot a familiar face. Utopia. She's collecting rock samples with a pickaxe like an old-timey prospector. Who the hell was that? She demands. Oh, that's just my friend. One of your school friends, Utopia says, wiping the back of her hand across her forehead. You kids sure sprout fast. Or does this have an older brother I don't know about? She hikes her pickaxe off her shoulder. Whatever, just watch where you're running, okay? The gravel's loose around here. You agree, happy to be out of this conversation without any trouble, and continue on along the path before Utopia asks any more questions. You walk for a couple minutes before you see Sim again. He seems to be in good humor, despite the close call. Oh, he says, leaning against a tree. It is tiresome to be so secretive. He wipes his eyes, brimming with mirth. It is such a pleasure to be around you in this, and to not have to hide myself. He sobers quickly. I do appreciate your discretion, he says. It is not the right time for the gardeners to be formally introduced. To do so too early would cause a great degree of chaos. Yes, even the female surveyor, he continues. I do like her, but I have learned from my limited experience with your kind that adults of your species do not react well to surprises. It is good you're here, though, Tim continues, as I do need something from you. Data. What? Tim holds up his hands. Please do not be alarmed, he says placatingly. I do not mean sensitive information such as personnel and defenses. I mean only the contents of your digital cultural archive. Like holovids? Sim smiles. Yes, exactly. Your holographic recordings of movies, music, books, cultural artifacts only, I promise. Why? Well, Sim says, isn't it obvious? I wish to know more about your kind. I wish to learn how to... He struggles for the right phrasing. I wish to learn how to act in such a way that is not so discomforting to humans. I'll do it. Sim's gentle smile grows warmer. Truly, he asked, clasping his hands. Oh, I thought it would take a great deal more convincing. You are surprising. It's such a pleasure. He tells Sim that you can likely find a men drive in engineering and fill it with the data he wants, but you request payments of another kind. Sim startles and laughs, his hand shooting up to cover his mouth. Oh, you're so bold, Goose. That is a quality I genuinely admire about you. What a marvelous gift, to be able to simply voice whatever is on your mind without the burden of forethought. He taps his lips thoughtfully. Perhaps watching your holographic videos will help me to understand the nuances of your request. Cool! Is that it? Here, have an egg. Oh, he likes red Xeno eggs. Sim examines your gift in great detail and asks various questions about where and when he found it. He hums to himself as he turns it over in his hand, a broad smile on his face. Remarkable, Goose, just remarkable, he says as he hands it back to you. You are truly the most thoughtful of gift givers. I have enjoyed your present to the fullest. You try to explain that he can keep it, but he just smiles again and shakes his head. He said, no, I'm good. Just holding it was enough for me, just looking at it. Oh. Sneak up and harvest honey.
Skew just traded with 5
Hi,
viewers.
Saku! Hello, everyone! How was your stream? Hope it was really fun. I'm Melody Wisp, everyone. Failed to copy paste my right message. Stream was good, though? That's great! I'm almost done with this stream, too. I think I'm about to finish the game, actually. We just harvested some honey from an alien hive. Look! I have 2 pets. This is a hop eye, and this is a Vriki. It's called Squiddly Feederson, and this one is Hop Solo. Very, very cute, isn't it? Oh, it's a bristle slug. Hi, Bloom and Peachy. They're both so shaved. Yeah, they're really great. This one too. You love this art? Hello? Yeah, it's a really nice art. It's very pleasing. Especially the creatures. They're so cute when they're supposed to be. Let's try and catch it. I already have one of these. They are very good creatures. When they're supposed to be, yes, some of them are quite scary, actually. Now let's do 4. Oh, I won. Another bristle slug! I'm getting good at this. You call in a retrieval team to pack up the animal and send it back to the colony. It's another Ricky. What's there? What's the yellow? Can you get out of the way, friend? Maybe they aren't so bad. What's this? Let me go back to symbiosis. Get him to do some magic on me. Before I take on whatever that is. I gave him an egg, and he was like, here, have it back. I've enjoyed it to the fullest. It was so wacky. Hello? Oh, he's right here. Oh, it was only 5. What a waste of a trip. This is the wrong way. This is not the direction I went in. Okay, whatever this yellow is. You spot a juvenile squeeger queen all on her lonesome. She's still mobile, but she's moving very slowly, digging around in the dirt here and there, licking the ground, possibly looking for a place to take root and live out the rest of her life. This might be an opportunity to capture a living hive. Maybe you could convince it to take root in one of the barns in the colony, giving the colony a source of honey without so much dangerous foraging. It spits acid if you get too close, and they have a nasty, powerful beak. No wonder no one's managed to catch one. Let's trick it. This is supposed to be easy, but it's the goal is 92. Seven, 6, 6, 7. I think I'm gonna need bigger. Oh. I can make them all blue. No. Make them all red. I have enough red eggs for that. Oh, win! I caught one. Mostly blind, the squeeger queen is oblivious to your ulterior motive. You spend an entire day subtly leading her in the right direction. She's like an incredibly slow turtle who keeps stopping to lick the ground for some reason. It's super boring. Your dad meets you at the gates to receive the queen. Your Majesty, he jokes, bowing deeply. I'll make sure she gets settled in, he says to you. Come by and visit her anytime you want. Keep exploring. Okay. We caught another animal. A dense cloud of pollen makes it hard to even see your hand in front of your face. It's a good thing you have a helmet with a filter. It's not perfect though and doesn't help visibility. Be patient and look carefully. The pollen clouds eventually shift and you're able to see glimpses of the path through. It looks clear. Roll through. No problem this time. +2 perception, +4 biology. New perk. Foot past all path blocking explore events. Relax in the park. The garden is a peaceful place where you don't have to think about how the colony is always simmering about being at war against the creatures of Retumna. Yeah, let's get rid of this too. Let's go, let's see. How far are we in foraging? 3 events remaining, 2 collectibles remaining. Go, let's hang out, in, the lab. Oh, it's tangent. You find Tang puzzling over a large holoscreen, making notes on her hollow eye and frowning over them. As you approach, she gestures to wipe the holoscreen clean and start again. Ugh, she sighs, taking a break to rub her temples. Okay, Tang, come on, think. You come up beside her and she startles. Oh, Goops. Hello, she says. I'm in the middle of running simulations on genetic diversity over the next few generations. You're welcome to see. It will affect all of us, most likely. Tang pulls up the next genogram simulation, a family tree encompassing all the people in the colony, their familial relationships and genetic conditions. She scrutinizes it with a frown. We have an unusually high amount of hereditary heart disease, no matter how you slice it, she mutters. Look at the draw. We've lost quite a bit more genetic diversity than the original geneticists of the Rotuna project anticipated, and that's not even counting those unwilling or unable to produce. She crosses her arms. It's possible to steer the ship out of it, so to speak, but it will take some purposeful breeding choices, at least for 6 generations. May I verify your data? Tang gives you a curt smile and angles the holoscreen toward you. Oh, hello!
Solaris Dreamweaver just redeemed hi. I followed.
How you doing, Solaris? Thank you for stopping by. Whoops! I dropped my mouse. It keeps falling. And thank you for the redemption. Let me know you're here. Tang gives you a curt smile and angles the holoscreen toward you. This is Tangent. She's our character's girlfriend. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. Wrong keyboard. Oh, I feel you. It's usually like 4, 5, or 6 a.m. and I start like getting super angry at the fact that I can't sleep either. It sounds crude, she admits, but the colony will need to accept a certain level of oversight in this matter if we intend to survive, genetically speaking. Artificial insemination of material from Earth donors, even in love matches, for example. And actually going through it, she smirks, not like some people we know. You stare at the genogram until your eyes cross and shake your head. Tang laughs. It's terrifyingly complex, isn't it, she says. Imagine this process happens all the time naturally. Why, any sweating beast can squirt a child into the dirt. Nasty! That's such a nasty way to put it. Don't say that. Don't say that to me. All just proteins and luck, but the end result is this. She waves her hand at the massive charts. It's beautiful in a way. On a long enough timescale, we can predict the genetic drift of a species. In the face of that, what do family bonds matter? Tang laughs bitterly. It's not as if sharing genes with someone guarantees you'll be a strong family unit. Does anyone really like their parents? This sounds a little eugenics-y. Tang looks affronted. You what? She sputters. Goops, surely there's a middle ground between eugenics and everyone dying of preventable genetic diseases, especially in these first critical generations. Cool motive, still eugenics. Yes, it is still eugenics. You're examining the family, the genetic trees of everyone in the valley, and you're like, oh man, we gotta breed some of these genetic diseases out. That's eugenics. No matter how you slice it, you should not be going down this path. Tang rolls her eyes. Whatever, I'm still going to run the simulations. Then when your inbred great-great-great-grandchildren interface with my consciousness that I've uploaded into the colony AI, I can tell them I was right. Tangent. Girl, please, stop. You gotta listen to other people sometimes. As for my own family, Tang continues, I feel no allegiance to any of them based on blood. If I had no family at all, that would be acceptable. Shaking my head, these eugenicists. I know, right? And hello, Isaac! Thank you for stopping by as well! Everyone's popping by the chat right now. It's great! What about this? Ugh, Tang says. I'm ashamed we're even related. Literally all he does is go out on expedition and talk to trees. Who even knows where he is right now? Look, this is a really cool dude. I like this a lot. You should have been closer to him before he fucking left after setting off a bomb. You really missed your chance, dude. It's been like 8 years. You really missed 8 years of chances. Don't you miss your mother? I don't really want to say this to her, but cool. Let's say that.
You mean the depressed drunk who died when I was a kid?
Hank retorts.
No, not at all. If it wasn't for Chief Steward Anne, I probably wouldn't even still be alive.
Do you want kids someday? Hank looks thoughtfully at the genogram.
Truthfully, I'm not entirely certain I can bear children. There must be limits to my gene-engineered body. I certainly didn't experience puberty to the extent that Mars and Tammy did, for example.
Yeah, but Mars and Tammy are built different. They're both incredibly curvaceous. Just because you're skinny doesn't necessarily mean you can't bear children. Though, being way too skinny would actually be a warning sign.
Besides, Tank continues, children would only distract me from my work. The chief engineer never had children after all. I think that's admirable.
Hank's gaze flicks over to where Chief Engineer Instance is talking to one of the other lab assistants.
In some ways, I'm the child she never had, and she is the mother I wish I did have, she says quietly. We became close when we started my gender affirmation process, she continues. It was so obvious then that we were kindred spirits. As I would come in for checkups and observation, we'd talk about the science behind the process. Of course I showed an interest in it, and Instance fostered that in me. She supported me.
Hank looks down at the ground.
Unlike my own mother, who by that point has ceased to find joy in almost anything. What would I be without Instance, Hank says. The only things I have in life are what she gave me. Not just this body, but my passion, my hard work, my achievements. Without her, I would have nothing. I owe her everything.
Sounds really important to you.
Hank smiles. She is, she replies.
Oh, she's looking at me. This is weird. She's looking at me. Her eyes were closed before, but now she's looking straight at me. It's a little uncomfortable.
Hank smiles. She is, she replies. More than anyone. Now, if you'll excuse me, she says, turning back to the gene type before her, I have our legacy to plan.
I couldn't convince her that she should stop with the eugenics. But she's just 19. She's 19 years old. We can fix her. We can fix her. Make her stop. Also, she really should have spent more time with her brother. He was actually really cool. That's why I had my character date him first. Wait, what am I doing? Are we done foraging in the valley? Did we get all the events? No, we still have a few events remaining. Okay, let's finish that.
Ugh, it's symbiosis. He has something more to say.
Unless he's being attacked by the Manicore. Okay, let's see. For once, you see Sim before he sees you. He's crouched just off the path, staring at a flower, his face blank. He doesn't react as you approach, so you watch him for a while. So perfectly motionless, you think he was a plant too. His eyes are unfocused. Is he accessing some kind of mental interface? Eventually, you clear your throat. Sim carefully stands up and turns to face you. For a moment, you're not sure if he recognizes you. Then he tosses his head and a grin leaps to his face. Goobs! You got me checking in with the boss. The Overseer? Yes, the Overseer is still considering the human problem. In the meantime, I have been ordered to avoid engaging with you directly. Then why keep talking to me? Sim smiles warmly. Because you're the person of my dreams, literally, he replies. I can't seem to stay away from you. And because you humans are different, he continues, I'm so bored of everyone else on this planet. The other gods are knows, my boss. They have everything on Vertumna just the way they like it. And don't want the teeniest thing to change. He sighs. It's boring. See that tree? Sim points to a large tree with many long limbs dripping from it and embedded in the ground. That tree was a small creature for part of its life cycle. You call it the Reiki. Once it plants its roots, that's where it stays for the rest of its life. The gardener spends time as trees too, sometimes hundreds of years. If you do that enough, you start to think like a tree, set in your ways. He spreads his hands, an earnest expression on his face. When I watch you, when I talk to you and learn about your species, I feel inspired. I feel young again. From a past life, sometimes I feel hundreds of years old. You're talking about your time since, right? He asks. Forgive me if I repeat myself, as it were. You tell me you don't always remember specific things people will say. It's more of a vague feeling that you know more about a person than you should. Tim looks at you curiously, clearly wondering how much you already know about him. Then he cocks his head as if listening and holds up a hand. I'm sorry, he says, looking for all the world like he's listening to the dang flower, but I must away. And with that, he's gone, off to do whatever it is he always does at this point in your relationship when he's still being cagey and mysterious. Okay, we have just a few more events left in the valley. Oh, it's Utopia. Like the rest of the planet, the valley is home to some strange plant and animal life. You find Utopia puzzling over a jelly arch, a huge gelatinous arch held together by solid veins, large enough for a person to walk underneath. They don't look like animals, but you've been around long enough to realize that things aren't always what they seem. Upon closer inspection, the arches seem to pulse and breathe, even though they have no visible organs. And they're always kind of warm. It's unsettling. Now I know this one ain't right, Utopia mutters to herself as you approach. Goobs, you ever see a jelly arch look so deflated? You take a look. It's true. This arch just doesn't seem as structurally sound as the others. I'm beginning to think they're all connected, Utopia says, scratching her chin, like runners underground, poking up every so often in waves like this. If one's looking rough, what's gonna happen to the rest? She sticks her hand in the goop. Wait, I don't have a crystal. What the fuck? Damn. She sticks her hand in the goop and the arch seems to cringe away as she roots around in its innards. It's got some kind of crystal structure in here suspended in it, she says, sticking her tongue between her teeth. Wonder if it's got its nose knocked out of joint or whatever it's got instead of a nose. The jelly arch makes a sloshing, groaning noise, its surface rippling with pain? Can it even feel pain? Or is it just a reaction to being churned up inside? Get her to stop. Utopia pulls her arm from the jelly arch with a puzzled look. Yeah, I guess I should be more careful, she says. Good looking out, Goobs. I was just concerned that you were touching an animal's insides. It didn't feel right. Where's the next thing? Right here. Eight, 4, 5, 4? Or how about 3? How about 2? Oh! Last one. Let's push through. Whoa, it's a Watado minefield. Underground, the recent rain has swelled the young melons to bursting. You better watch where you step or you'll end up knee-deep in Watado juice. The good news is, they're tasty. Forge one. They're so dang heavy, the calorie-to-weight ratio isn't optimal. Most are too young, but you find a wrapped one, dig it up and roll it back to the depot. I didn't mean to start talking in this accent. You find a healthy blep bush and harvest some of the leaves to bring back to the colony. Let's get some more blep leaves. Is that it? That might be it for the events in this place. It looks like, yeah. Go home. And it's glow. Okay, looks like this is gonna be the last part of the game. Get rid of this 3. Knowing the attack is coming, as it always comes in glow, does nothing to calm your nerves. There's only so long you can handle doing nothing, pretending like everything is going to be fine. As the month draws longer, you find yourself almost compulsively walking the walls, scanning the tree line for the first sign of trouble. You're there when you see them, dark on dark, sharp shapes coming out of the forest, perfectly silent. You watch with a lookout as more and more figures of mass at the forest edge. Minutes pass as the horde pushes into the fire break, numbering at least, it must be in the thousands, more animals than you've ever seen in one place. The ground is choked with a teeming carpet of smaller creatures darting in and among the legs of... No. Oh no. The forest bends as a faceless emerges from its depths, followed by 2 more. The mood on the walls is discouraged. 1 faceless destroyed your colony. 2 faceless required an irresponsible number of explosives to take down. How are you supposed to be able to handle 3? Wait, there's even more? A familiar being cuts through the horde and stands at the front like a general leading their army. Gardeners must come in all shapes and sizes, but you know this one from the hatred in his eyes. It's Noctilucent. Noctilucent steps forward. For millennia, I have been tasked with keeping this planet safe from invasive species. Extreme weather, plague, famine, the migration of predators, all tactics I've used to ensure an invasive species cannot find a foothold where they do not belong. Their command of the human language has vastly improved since you saw them last. The gardeners learn quickly. Controlling you by indirect means has proven ineffective, they say, glaring up at the row of horrified colonists atop the walls. I can no longer ignore the destruction you've caused and the threat you present to the planetary ecosystem. However, Sim steps out of the tree line and stands beside Noctilucent. His eyes find yours unerringly across the firebreak. Some gardeners argue that you have the capacity for reason, Noctilucent continues, so I have come to offer you an alternative, your unconditional surrender. Noctilucent smirks up at you. Surrender is the correct word, is it not? Something your singular, violent brains can understand? The terms are simple. Humanity will cease reproduction, cease expansion, and in return will be allowed to live out your remaining lifespans within the bounds of your walls. Do you accept? Loom steps forward. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told your little double agent spy. His voice booms out from the wall. You and your bullshit deal can bugger off and keep buggering off until you think you've buggered off so much you just can't bugger off any farther. He points at Noctilucent. Then bugger off some more. This planet belongs to us humans now. It's hard to tell, but you think Noctilucent looks amused. Maybe they were hoping this would be your answer, and of course with Loom speaking for the colony, it was inevitable. So be it, they reply, and the attack begins. Fight! Your species is truly hopeless, Noctilucent snarls. I told them you would never put aside your egos. The wave of attackers rolls over the firebreak, crashing against the walls. Flying creatures scream overhead, and the sound of plasma rifle fire fills the air. You rush toward the garrison to join the squad. As you run, you notice the colony is badly defended. Whoops. As you run, your heart sinks at how poorly organized the colony's defenses are. Luckily, nothing has breached the walls yet, and it seems that the tide of monsters emerging from the trees has slowed. Even still, it's still a lot of monsters. The colony is taking a beating, and you can already see the defenders start to flag. It's going to be a difficult battle. You're descending from the walls when you are thrown to the ground by a tremendous rumble. A few meters in front of you, something tunnels toward you through the mud. You have the impression of something long and dark that cuts through the ground like a shark through water. You scramble to your feet, but it cuts off your path, forcing you towards a geoponics outbuilding. It's a storage shed, mostly empty besides bales of hay used as float cow feed. It's dimly lit, but you think you see another door at the far end. The creature advances, throwing up rocks and chunks of dirt as it tunnels closer. Fight it. Okay. I'm not gonna win this one. Damn. Oh, push through! You grab a rake and back into the corner doorway to wait for the monster to emerge. As it rears up and thrusts a long black snout out of the ground, you stab the rake down into it, dispatching it. Before you even have time to be relieved, you spot a second one tunneling toward you. You take another step back into the storehouse and feel heat. The building is on fire. The dry thatch roof quickly ignites and rains flaming debris down on your head, filling the room with toxic smoke. The ashy heat is intense. You can feel it ripping the moisture from your lungs with every breath. You rush for the rear door, but the fire moves so fast. You're trapped as a roof beam collapses in front of you. You hear a cracking noise, then just pain and a noise like a bell. The world goes dark. You wake to chaos, a confusion of light and heat and smoke. Fire! Your head is pounding. You must have hit it and blacked out, but you aren't sure how you got here or what on Vertumna is happening. There's something important you need to remember. Your stomach lurches as the floor crumbles beneath your feet, then collapses. Your body aches and your eyes burn from the smoke. A figure appears through the flames. It's your friend! Your friend? Wait, why can't you remember her name? She's gesturing and shouting at you, but all you hear is a ringing in your ears. Climb out. You try to stand up, but one of your legs falls uselessly underneath you. It won't hold your weight. Your friend pulls you out of the rubble. She throws your arm over her shoulder and half drags you towards the door. Through it, you see a deep, eerie twilight, dark blue and cold against the heat of the fire around you. Glow season. Glowing eyes! You shake your head to clear your vision. Is that some kind of dog? Like from Earth? Wait, hold on. You remember this from another life. Not a dog, a monster. It's about to end your life and probably Nemi's too. She tightens her grip on you. You prepared for this earlier. You've remembered this day for many years. The choking heat of the fire, this dog creature's dead yellow eyes haunting your dreams. You've prepared for it. Specifically, you've installed an armed freeze trap right where you knew the animal would be standing when it transformed into a towering horror. As it does, you trigger the detonator. The trap sucks inward, drawing all the heat from its surroundings. The monster's feet are frozen to the floor as it instantly crystallizes, becoming an ice statue. Nemi doesn't stop to wonder how this happened. She gives the statue a solid kick and it shatters into a million fragments. You emerge from the inferno of the shed, burned and concussed, but alive. Anemone smiles. It's good to be alive. You have your wounds tended in the med bay. Other soldiers there are in much worse shape, but at least the battle is over. It was long and bitter, resulting yet again in the destruction of most of the sawmills and arable land. The defenders managed to repel the Xenos before damage could be done to the inner colony, or maybe the monsters lost interest before finishing the job. It's as if the planet wants you to suffer, but doesn't actually intend to finish you off. Yet, anyway. But for now, you're just happy you've survived to live another day, and that day is your birthday. By the time you've recovered, the suns have returned. It's your 20th birthday. You're a fully fledged adult now, though in many ways you already were and have been for a long time. You and your friends step out to greet the new day and start the rest of your life on Vertumna. The end. reached your 20th birthday. Xeno Whisperer. The end. You can tame any rampaging beast and tell what an animal is feeling just by laying a hand on it. People come to regard your incredible animal empathy almost like a mystical ability, making you a highly esteemed member of geoponics. You help domesticate farm animals. Just barely reached it, yeah. Your animal ranch becomes a huge part of the colony's food production, and you build it all on principles of animal dignity. Even the most ornery triffids hum in unison when you visit them. It becomes your life's work to tame a herd of Unisaur who run semi-wild near the colony. You teach them not to fear humans by supplying them with meat from your ranch. In return, they help keep the area clear of other, more dangerous predators. You become chief cultivator when your mother retires. Well, she doesn't so much retire so much as get fed up with dealing with the council business and decide to focus on farming. But what about... Chief Engineer Tangent has a nice ring to it. It always seemed like Tangent's life was laid out for her. Work hard, discover amazing things, and eventually replace Instance as Chief Engineer. However, after only a year on the council, Tangent surprises everyone by stepping down. At first, she's happy tinkering with her own research. Passion projects that she'd had to put aside when she was working in the lab under Instance. Things of little interest in the colony. Gradually, though, you notice that something is wrong. Her quarters, once so pristine due to lack of use, are jammed full of experiments. She takes her meals in her room and often disappears from the laboratory for days at a time. Any polite questions about her independent research are met with either wild-eyed silence or an incomprehensible jumble of half-formed hypotheses and streams of consciousness. Even Instance finds her bizarre enthusiasm impenetrable. She spends more and more time alone with her experiments. People begin to worry. And then she just stops. Everything. Her experiments languish. Tangent languishes. As her partner, you're allowed access to her inner sanctum. Her quarters, now completely in disarray and reeking of raw organics, where you find her still in bed more than often than not. Sometimes she's sleeping, but most often she just lies there, trapped in a nightmarish waking state by her hypercharged metabolism. You lie with her and talk about nothing, slowly uncovering her obsession with Dis's fate. Grief manifests at strange times, often requiring years to fully process. Though Tangent chose to leave the lab, you help her realize that without that structure in her life, she's clearly struggling with having to deal with a lifetime of grief all at once. She's burned out, plain and simple. With your help, she manages to recover, but she's haunted for the rest of her life by the unanswered question. What happened to Dis? Fuck, this is my fault! God damn it! It's because my friendship wasn't high enough with Dis, so I couldn't prevent him from setting off the bomb and running off to become a gardener. Damn. You and Tangent continue to date for a while, but ultimately your partnership fizzles out. A dramatic breakup isn't Tangent's style, but she does dump you pretty unceremoniously, claiming that she simply doesn't have the attention span to spare romantic entanglement. Her love life remains fairly private, though she's not as frigid as she's always claimed. You hear from the colony gossips that she carries on with a string of casual relationships, mostly with other scientists, mostly women. Just like Instance, Tangent never donates genetic material to the next generation. She pretends not to care when people say it's such a shame that her tremendous intellect won't be passed on, citing that intelligence is just as much nurture than nature. But you know the truth. She's terrified to pass on her family's mental illnesses to anyone else. Tangent lives and dies in the shadow of what she almost caused to happen on Vertumna. Knowing that she almost killed every living thing on the planet weighs heavily on her for the rest of her days. Unfortunately, even with genetic alteration, the human body was not made to withstand long periods without sleep, and Tangent's willful negligence in taking care of herself certainly doesn't help. She develops a heart condition in her early 60s that outpaces the healing capacities of the medbeds and eventually takes her life. But what about symbiosis, the bridge between two people? Undying, never-aging, ever-patient Sim becomes as much a mystery to you as the rest of the planet. The colony continues to buckle under yearly attacks and unnatural disasters, but Sim never wavers in his passion to learn everything about humanity. Though he remains as cryptic as always, the affection for his species only deepens. In your grief and demoralizing fatigue, you sometimes turn to blaming Sim. Why can't he stop these attacks? Why can't he argue with the gardeners to leave humanity alone? He never holds it against you, no matter how cruel your words. Every time you calm down, he patiently reminds you that his dissenting voice is one of the only reasons humanity hasn't been destroyed outright. Meeting Sim in secret makes you feel horrible sometimes, like you're being torn apart in the middle of this war. You love your friends, but the war takes its toll on your friendship just like it weighs down the colony. As the years go on, you venture out less and less often. It's dangerous out there, and your work keeps you inside the colony. Eventually, you stop seeing him at all. You think he might have taken another form. Maybe he's moved on from humans to study some other animal. Or maybe the gardeners have given up on understanding humans. The attacks only grow stronger every year. But what about? Your parents work hard every day to see their pioneer dreams come true. Feeding the colony is a massive job, but they tackle it together. Farming, ranching, analyzing native plants, trying to find a way for humanity to thrive on Vertumna. Every year, their work is hindered by the attacks that seem to target geoponics specifically, but they never give up. The strain ages them prematurely. Your mom dies of a heart attack, too young, and your dad limps forward another decade or so before it claims him too. They'll always be with you, in the ground you walk on, in the trees that give you shade, and in the cycle of life that sustains you. But what about? Your hopeye is a good companion, but you're no replacement for its own species. When a herd of hopeye roam close enough to the colony, you release it back into the wild. And a few years later, you're greeted one morning by a whole litter of hopeye kittens outside your door, and hop solo proudly showing off their family. But what about? Your Vriki grows from the size of a small dog to the size of a bear, becoming more and more unwieldy, and more terrifying to small children. Before the council can force you to do anything about your arachnid octopus friend, Squidly Feederson just disappears. You look everywhere in the colony for it, but your answer comes from outside the wall. A new Vriki nursery tree. Soon the colony is host to many curious Vriki pups who call your Squidly Feederson home. And in my later years, the days turn to months, eventually becoming years, then decades. Before you know it, you're old. Life is tough but rewarding. Vertumna continues to challenge you and your loved ones. The attacks continue every year, getting harder and harder to withstand. And not just that, but droughts, earthquakes, diseases, storms, pestilence, and more. Some years we worry that the colony and humanity will be wiped off the map for good. But humans are good at surviving. The adversity strengthens your resolve. You mourn your dead, celebrate your births, and keep adapting to whatever the planet throws at you. This is your home, for better or worse. You do what you can to make it a good one. Eventually death comes to you as it does to everyone. In the moment of your death, as your brain cells fizzle out one by one and shut down forever, a vision swims in your mind's eye. That a person? They seem so familiar. You feel like you know them so well. Oh, it's you! Only ancient. Their arms are covered with so many data bands, so many lifetimes of knowledge. The ancient you speaks without moving their mouth, not in words, but in something like pictures. Still, you understand. They smiled. We had a good life, don't you think? But there are so many possibilities, and this was only one of them. I could have done better. We've been a good keeper to our friends and family, haven't we? They say warmly. We're no stranger to death, but it's still good to cheat it every once in a while, isn't it? We have a chance to take another path, to change the way our life turned out. They reach out a hand. Come with me. Go with them. Endings gallery. Okay, we have Explorer, Rancher, Ran Away. There's so many different endings. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 29. Chivos. Oh, achievements. Oh, I'm missing a few. 1, 2 backgrounds I'm missing. And a ton of illustrations. Start your new life. Okay, and that's the end of this stream. We have Dis and Sim, but not Tangent. Damn. Oh, that went on for a lot longer than I was planning. That's great. Good stream. Okay, now let's send everyone over to... Let's see. Who can we send everyone over to? Nerdy Fam Gaming is currently playing The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Thank you everyone who stopped by, and thank you for the raids. I'll probably be back tomorrow. To play... What was it? I think Pikmin 4. Bye, everyone!